I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the show. Hello. Yes. We are essentially the total collusion channel now that the Democrats and MSNBC and CNN are being forced to eat crow by the mainstream media. Apparently they don't realize that I'm the one who started this entire discussion of collusion, and the Democrats couldn't pick up the torch because they don't have anybody like me in their party capable of articulating the ways in which Donald Trump has been controlled by Russia. But welcome, and this will be your permanent home for those of you who are willing to discuss all the ways our government's being controlled by not only Russia, but Zionists. Yes, Zionists. Good evening, everybody. I'm David Sponheim, and this is Conspiracy Monday. We've taken on the biggest, toughest questions, and people like Beto are missing the boat entirely, attacking Israel. Can you imagine attacking in Israel, a country that is our strong ally? Zionism's pretty much moved on to another phase after Israel was formed. It's now in the world and realm of global New World Order and global takeover. The people that created Israel, that was a stepping stone. Now that we have Israel, and I certainly am glad that they have a country that we call an ally, in no way do I hate on Jewish people. In fact, every Jewish person I've ever met has been a decent person. The ones that weren't decent were Ashkenazis. Yeah, and you wonder, why would that name Nazi be so similar to the word Ashkenazi? Because it is a shortened version of the word Ashkenazi, and that's my belief. You don't have to believe it. The wiki doesn't have to believe it. When you go to the wiki and ask them, what does the word Nazi mean? It means National Sozialisten. It's a German word. It's supposed to be, they're claiming an acronym. But if it was an acronym, it would sound more like Natsu. Because in Germany, the word for national is Natsu. So I'm beginning to wonder why this history book has been corrupted so many years ago. Because these are the people that write the history books, the Ashkenazis. It's that simple. Anyway, if you're wondering why our country is resembling Germany, National, that's German.
National.
It's not Nazi. Anyway, if you're wondering why the country has agencies like the Department of Homeland Security, it's because Germany had a Department of Homeland Security. In fact, our Department of Homeland Security has been turned into like a huge budget drain. In fact, they charge $55 billion a year. We can't afford it. So Donald Trump wants to purge everybody who did anything wrong in his mind, because he's literally blaming all the people under him for his own incompetence and mismanagement. Now that he thinks he's got some power, that he's been able to rig the vote against obstruction and collusion, he now is purging everyone he can, like Kirstjen Nielsen, who, by the way, stood up and defended Donald Trump against anybody claiming that the Russians had rigged the election in favor of Donald. She stood up for him. And this is what she gets. He throws people under the bus. He's throwing Kirsten under the bus because of the disaster he has at the border. 4,500 children are still missing. Could even be human trafficked and sold into sex slavery for all we know. And Trump says that he wants to take 2 years to find these kids. Can you believe that? He lost 4,500 kids and now he wants to take 2 years to find them. He's also trying to get rid of other people beneath the border policy. All the while, his border policy is completely defunct. A California judge has blocked Trump's policy forcing asylum seekers to stay in Mexico. So we have to bring them in. And Trump's ridiculous argument that these people were diplomats, that a person illegally entering the country had immunity, diplomatic immunity, therefore we wouldn't have anything to do with them. Yeah, the National Socialist Workers' Party has nothing to do with the word Nazi. Secret Service Director Randolph All's other top DHS officials leaving in Homeland Security overhaul. Yeah. They're on their way out. Everybody's being kicked out. Secret Service agents, ICE leaders, the guy he nominated for the ICE position. He went down to Mexico last week. He went down to a little town outside of Calixico, and he acted like he was getting really tough on Mexico and the border, even though he just caved in on his whole idea of ending, of shutting down the border. He said he's going to give Mexico another year to decide. And then he goes down to the border and acts tough by firing his nominee for ICE. This guy has always gotten around firing people whenever he had a problem. It's pathetic. He's never taken responsibility for himself or anything. With Trump, the buck doesn't stop with him. It stops with all the people he fired. That's the problem with him. Now, talk about incompetence. A Secret Service agent took a USB drive infected with malware from a Chinese woman who was arrested at Mar-a-Lago and inserted into his laptop, right? Well, Yujing Zhang's visa was revoked by a U.S. magistrate Monday after she was accused of lying to get into a party while President Trump was in town. It claims that she received, for the wire transfer of $20,000, a trip to the Mar-a-Lago. Some businessman apparently helped her win her trip to Palm Beach. And apparently she did transfer $20,000 to have a visit at Mar-a-Lago. Now, businessmen and people connected with Cindy Yang are giving and selling access to the president. It doesn't surprise me a woman came in there with having paid $20,000 to a Chinese businessman, believing it would allow her to attend an event. Trump's sister, her attorney, told the U.S. Majority, featuring President Donald Trump's sister, according to her attorney. Now, why did she bring a computer, a laptop, 4 cell phones, a hard drive, a USB thumb drive with malware on it? Why would we ever release this woman? She clearly was trying to infect computers at Mar-a-Lago, regardless if she paid $20,000 to somebody as her byline to get in there. Well, apparently Cindy Yang's got a lot of pull with Trump, and whatever Cindy Yang wants, Trump lets her have. Maybe he's making it happen that she gets to go walk on her own. Oh, she was just carrying a thumb drive into the Mar-a-Lago. I ordered some porn I wanted to grab because it's hard for me to find porn at the White House. I mean, who knows what Trump is up to? He's squirming like a sneaky snake every single day he's in the White House, and you people think that everything's fine, which blows my mind. You actually think everything's going along just great. Now, the big scandal came up. I tweeted about this today. Felicity Huffman has pled guilty in the college admissions scam. And people are wondering, how come this corruption has been going on at UCLA and other schools for so long? Because they've been able to get away with it. Rich people pay money. Now she's pleading guilty. She's very ashamed. She's upset. You remember her from Desperate Housewives? Yeah. Yeah, the 14 are among 50 people accused of federal prosecutors in Boston of engaging in schemes that involved cheating on college entrance exams and paying for fake SAT. 25 million in bribes to secure their children admission at the universities. So apparently success is really important to these people, and they'll do whatever it takes to get it. That brings me to my solid point here, is that they'll do anything for money. Ashkenazis. Yeah, a shame she got caught. Exactly, Cliff. Yeah, she's married to William H. Macy, the star of Shameless. Yep. Nunes is sending 8 criminal referrals to Attorney General William Barr. Good for them. I mean, Devin Nunes and William Barr ought to go out for a date. They're so in cahoots. I mean, I cannot believe that William Barr is still Attorney General after Jeff Sessions had recused himself for something far less dangerous as what William Barr has done. William Barr wrote a 19-page letter defending Michael Flynn, claiming not to investigate him before we found out Michael Flynn was Russian. But now Barr is President Trump's second Attorney General after Jeff Sessions, and he's doing everything he can to implement Devin Nunes' little scheme. The very fact that he got confirmed 54-45 shows you how corrupt many of the Democrats are working for the AIPAC organizations. The Zionists basically installed William Barr in the office of Attorney General to rig the obstruction and collusion vote. That's what happened. So yeah, total collusion. No, Barr and Nunes could have a reach around and a really good time together because they're both cut from the same cloth of corruption. Deep state indictments? Hardly. Trump never even bothered to prosecute Clinton. Clinton and the Democrats are connected to the deep state too. You people are stupid on the Republican Party side. You really are. You really believe that Donald Trump is going to stop the deep state. You must be out of your mind when all he's been doing is protecting Hillary the whole time. You must be an absolute idiot. When you look in your mirror, you must be staring right into the face of a complete void. Is that how you look in the mirror when you look at yourself? Because that's how you look to me. Yeah, you're stupid for supporting Trump, and I don't even want you in the show. I don't even know why you people like the show, other than the fact that Trump steals all my ideas. Yeah, many of you obviously do, and it's a bannable offense to look like that. But all I'm saying is that this is an ongoing reality check for many of you who are going to systematically watch our country deteriorate under your mindless support of Donald Trump, who simply sucks off the corporate dick. And you sit there and think, oh, he's so independent. If Donald Trump didn't get cash, $30 million a month to cover his debt, he couldn't even function. That's why Cindy Yang gave him $30 million for a house worth $15 million. Because he needed $30 million in cash, and she wanted to gain access to the president. And that's being investigated by the Democrats as well. Hey, it's your birthday. Congratulations. Happy birthday. I can't sing the song because it's monetized. Apparently the birthday song is owned by somebody and he charges trademark control over it if I go happy birthday to you. Beyond this, the words happy birthday. Yeah, they try to monetize the happy birthday song now. Well, that's cool. Congratulations. You are an Aries. Good for you. Full of ideas. Aries are full of great ideas. Iran declares U.S. state sponsor of terrorism. Right after U.S. declares the Iranian Guard the state-sponsored terrorism. Here we go, back again to the old days of George W. Bush. An axis of evil. Well, thanks, Dark Engine. I can't wait to find out how Iran declares the U.S. a state of terrorism. No, I was not living on Whidbey. I moved here a couple of years after that thing happened. You like to watch people make noise? Well, that's special. Why don't you get a noisemaker, something that you can, purchase at the store? Something that'll make you feel empowered. They sell these noisemakers at, excuse me for a second. They sell these noisemakers at the dollar store that they say any age from 3 on up can use. And yeah, and they're blowhorns that if you put next to a child's ear, it would blast their eardrums out. And these Chinese products are coming in. Trump doesn't have any monitoring of crap coming from China, but he talks about it like he really cares, when all he cares about is getting his loans covered from China. Trump has a $600 million worth of shared loans to China and other countries. I am multi-streaming on Periscope, and we are also on iVlog, and we are also on Vaughn. I'm talking to you, Junket Pumper. Okay, so the other story I wanted to talk about was how apparently the Democrats think that Bernie's in charge of the race, that he's leading. And then the Democrats also think that Biden is leading. So I wrote, who is the front runner in the Democratic Party? A senator who wrote that women like to be raped, Bernie? Or a former VP that asked a girl 13 years old about his horniness, Creepy Joe? So both of these articles contradict who's actually leading the Democratic Party. I find it kind of funny that they've got the two oldest guys leading the Democratic Party. You saw a documentary about Ruby Ridge, Waco. Yeah. You want to hear an inside story about Waco? Or do you want to hear an inside story about the Oklahoma City bombing? Which do you prefer? No, I'm not in any way related to gay people. I'm not gay. I don't have any close ties with the LGBTQ community. I'm not like Trump. I wouldn't invite Caitlyn Jenner to the White House or to the inauguration. Thanks. I don't endorse LGBTQ. I just don't want them to be discriminated on. And I think Trump is trying to discriminate against transgenders in the military. That's a mistake. Yeah, there you go. Flamethrowers on the Waco tanks. Okay, let's try that. Junket Pumper just said, well, what about those flamethrowers on the Waco tanks? When they came in, ATF came in and killed 77 innocent people. So let's do a little conspiracy theory jump into the realm of what's still on YouTube. Because they've been busy trying to get rid of a lot of websites. Let's see if there's still something out there. Yep. People keep posting these things all the time.
What these tanks are doing in each picture is collapsing the inside stairwells out. You can see that this tank has a gas jet on the front that shoots fire. You can also see the fire quite plainly. The tank goes into the house twice, and each time as it backs out, the fire at the gas jet is plainly visible.
Okay, now that's on YouTube, so I guess they don't ban anybody from that. So you just saw our country burn 77 people to death. How do you feel about that? 25 of those people were kids. That's more people dying, more children dying than even Sandy Hook, allegedly, people died. Allegedly. But those people did die. Yeah, how do you feel about that? Now you can get a skin capillary avocado injection for only $259.99. Wow. I didn't know that. I don't need it. As you can see, I don't have any wrinkles to speak of, except in my forehead from going all my life. Yeah, your Navy SEAL buddy said they should have built a fence around the compound and starved them out. I had an idea at the time that we should have built a fence around the compound and charged people admission to go see the compound and then use the money to give them food. They could have lived indefinitely there. There's a real reason why Waco was burned out. You want me to tell you what it is? Not many people know this, but Waco was in clear view of the Bill Clinton cocaine drop point Reno Air had, right outside of the Waco, Texas location. It's where a lot of cocaine was brought into in the 1980s, was brought in through that Buffalo Airlines at the time. And that's my theory, that they were all witnesses to cocaine drops. It's right outside their window. It makes sense, doesn't it? They didn't want anyone to, to be a witness, so none of the people living there actually lived. They could see the whole area right there. They probably had photographs of it. They might have even been writing letters to the Congress saying, we're going to report you. Who knows? All of that could be sealed. So you just found out a conspiracy theory about Waco. What about a conspiracy theory about Oklahoma City bombing? You want to hear one about that? I've got a good one on that one. Well, as you know, they found an extra leg at Oklahoma City bombing. They never ascribed to any one individual. They believe it may have been one of the perpetrators, this leg. There was another guy that looked strangely like an FBI agent that we know. Yeah, it was a guy there that at the Oklahoma City bombing that looked very similar to a certain FBI agent that's been in the news. Anyway, they dropped the investigation into this person other than Timothy McVeigh and Terry Nichols, who, by the way, cannot talk to anybody at all. There's a gag order. You can't get an interview with Terry Nichols. You could have got an interview with Charles Manson when he was alive, but you cannot interview Terry Nichols. So what is the government hiding? Well, I'll tell you what they're hiding. The Oklahoma City bombing pretty much destroyed all of the Ken Starr documents related to Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton. They were all located at the epicenter of that bomb. That's another conspiracy theory you can take away from the show and say, wow, I didn't know that. Yeah. So I'm teaching you things that you never would hear anywhere else on the internet. It's kind of cool. So there could have been another motivation for the bombing, and it may not have been Tim McVeigh that did it. Theoretically, it could have been another FBI operation. Because remember, the FBI office was cleared outside of the Oklahoma City bombing. The FBI office across the way was cleared in advance of it. How did they know to keep the kids away? It makes no sense. Yeah, key questions remain unanswered. There's a link, The Guardian. Yeah, so there's a lot of missing evidence that the government and the FBI covered up after that. And the Oklahoma City bombing does kind of relate in some ways to the Waco situation. They faced 3 trials, these guys, and a vast FBI investigation that many details of their attack remain unexplained. Experts say that this kind of damage could only have been done from an internal explosion, not from a fuel bomb outside in a Ryder truck. But there was another person, a brown-haired guy that they saw at the Ryder truck pickup point that they never found, and they dropped their investigation. That's interesting. I'll read that article later. Thank you. I seem like a professional Hollywood actor. It's because I grew up in Hollywood. I hung out with all the famous actors that you know now today that are probably all dead now. I was not a cocaine user in Hollywood. In fact, I didn't do cocaine. And because of that, I got blacklisted from Hollywood. I had a big career ahead of me in voiceover, and I was told that I couldn't work anymore because I didn't do cocaine. I know that sounds kind of cliche, but it's true. I'm a human testimony to the idea of staying away from corrupt influences and then getting kicked out and blacklisted from a major industry. So I really don't care about money or power or materialism. I'm more interested in getting my ideas out there and helping people realize the need for alternative views. I'm not here to, put a feather in my cap like Donald Trump to highlight my career, because frankly, I don't care. I realize that in the end, we're all dust, and it doesn't matter. No one looks back on history and says, oh, what happened to the family of people buried in Crete 10,000 years ago? But I'm sure they were very important at one time, whoever they were. The thing is, we'll move on, and the whole world will move on, and all of us will be forgotten. And all this effort to impress each other with power and money, like Donald Trump and his family of greedmongers, is really a mindless event that is characteristic of a myopic society of humans that care only about themselves, not about the planet or the future of the human race even. We're simply being duped by the same people that are feeding us these lies that somehow owning a new car or a jet ski will make you happy. It's absurd. I'm not going to be putting out a cookbook. I have a show you can watch, and you've got 75 recipes you can cook for under $5 and feed your entire family. So go for it. Paul McCartney is on salary, and so are the Stones. They have to do concerts. You make a deal with the devil, yeah. And apparently the Tavistock Institute was part of an organization that was a descendant of the Nazis. When we took over Germany, a lot of those Nazis were embedded in America. And many of them didn't have a job in Germany. So these psychologists that had descended from the Carl Jung and the Neo-Freudian group of people had nowhere to use their techniques in which they could control the minds of people. So the Tavistock Institute was formed in 1946, and they started working for our government immediately, as well as MI6. Many people don't realize that Nazis got money from the Windsor family and from the Rothschilds to form their Nazi party. So it wasn't a big transition for them to move the Nazis over to the US with Operation Paperclip. But when the Tavistock Institute started, they pretty much found these British musicians that were seasoned professionals singing in Hamburg, and they consistently did a great job, so they just put them together and they called it the Beatles. The Beatles were then used to manipulate the minds of the American people and the world people into believing somehow that we should all just give peace a chance and erase all borders and everything will be fine. Imagine that.
One of the things you talked to me about the other day was the Beatles. The Beatles were the creation of the Tavistock Institute. And you know, I have to go back to the college days on the writings of Aristotle. And I made a note this morning before I came on this program of what he said about music and its influence on politics. He said, emotions of any kind are produced by melody and rhythm. Therefore, by music, a man becomes accustomed to feeling the right emotions. Music has the power to form character, and the various kinds of music based on the various modes may be distinguished by their effect on character. One example, working in the direction of melancholy, another in the direction of femininity, one encouraging abandonment, another self-control, another enthusiasm, and so on through the series.
So they've got the ability to manipulate our minds, and they were able to turn our entire world upside down. We love these guys, the Beatles, from 1965. They started in the late 50s, actually, but by 1965 to 1969, in a period of 4 years, the Beatles had completely changed their entire way of doing things, and their music was all completely controlled with allegories and hidden messages. I know it's hard to believe that young guys with clean-cut hair could turn into like burnt-out drug addicts in 5 years, but they did. So they essentially turned the peace and love movement, which they were part of forming in some ways, to the burnt-out drug movement. So when you talk about your life and your grandparents talk about their 60s experience, the kids are going, yeah, grandpa was just a drug addict. That's what happens when you do drugs. You think about peace and love. Ha! You know? David, you know why we did not hear about what you just said? I don't know why. The reason why you didn't hear what I said is because you're brain dead. Okay, we're going to have a couple of now links to some important things that have come into our show and I have to get to. I've got a whole line of things that I have to kind of knock down before Sarah gets in here. So let's start with this. Smallville actress Allison Mack pled guilty to charges of a sex slave cult, which, by the way, the inheritor of the Seagram's fortune was in charge of this kingpin along with the other group, known as Nixivium, a group of women that basically worshipped Keith Rainier. But what's really weird is they were trafficking children too, and that's been kind of downplayed on the media. Children were trafficked, yes. We don't play any professional movies during our recorded broadcast or any type of professional audio or music, yes. Only the professional work that Scissorfight and I have created, which we have copyright control over. This story came in. Leak of classified info reaches record high levels under Trump. Trump fired the cybersecurity expert that Obama had, and everyone was shocked because he was the best in the world. And he tried to give the job of cybersecurity over to Rex Tillerson, the former Secretary of State. And he's just been bumbling along as he goes. Illegal leaks of classified information have reportedly reached record high levels during the Trump administration, according to a nonprofit group citing DOJ stats. Agencies transmitted 120 leak referrals to the Justice Department in 2017 and 88 leak referrals in 2018 for an average of 104 per year. Yeah, it's pretty serious when they're leaking information left and right. Look at the number, how it increased rapidly under Trump. Yeah, very serious. Yeah, he doesn't care because he's working for Russia. He doesn't care if he leaks data. I mean, he hired Michael Flynn for 24 days. A Russian operative working for Russia was working as our national security advisor, and nobody seems to care. And NASA dumped trimethyl aluminum, TMA, and barium strontium mixture into the magnetosphere Friday. Don't worry, it's perfectly safe. People are watching this online and they couldn't understand why this was going on. What's happening is the magnetosphere is breaking down due to chemtrails. And no one in our government wants to admit that they're dumping chemicals on our heads. They talk about wanting to do this. I know John Brennan talked about wanting to do this, but the reality is they've been dumping chemicals on our head for a long, long time. It hasn't been some pie in the sky imaginable thing. This has really been happening. We've been inundated with chemicals on a daily basis. You have to go to Poland? Okay, so we won't see you in the show. Well, you take it easy going to Poland, okay? You don't want to get too burnt out. Poland's a very very exciting place to go. I'm sure you'll enjoy your trip. Chemtrails over waters makes me brain dead. So I'm not going to hit you with too much information right now because I don't want to make you feel, like the whole world is coming crashing down on you. I know during the earlier pre-show I was coming down pretty hard on a lot of people who were Trump supporters. But, we're here to kind of give you some insight into things as they are. In Verizon 5G launch city, reviewers have trouble even finding a signal. Everyone wonders why 5G is being forced on us left and right. No one can understand why. And I believe that this is a plan put out by artificial intelligence to create enough electronic circuitry to flip the switch on the human race and destroy all of us. Much like a microwave oven, burns an egg in the oven. Don't do an egg in the oven. If you put an egg in the oven, it'll burst. If you hit it with like 30 seconds, it'll burst, and your whole oven will be covered with. That's what they can do with our brains. So that's why I'm a little worried that the 5G network is even real. I want to put limiters on the 5G network and make it safe for people. I'd like to see a 5G plus network, something that would be safe, even protect us against an electromagnetic pulse. And limiters on all the junction points so that they can't run massive electricity through. Okay, I've got an article about Al Sharpton. I'll look at it a little bit later. Right now, I'm going to give you some time with Sarah. Hello, welcome. How was your day?
It was good. How was your day?
Good, good. I did a lot of stuff. Just kind of cleaning up, and I do a lot of chores during the day. It's kind of fun.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I love taking care of this beautiful property. It's gorgeous. We live in kind of an enchanted rainforest here in Washington. Except for the jets that fly over our head daily, we really have a beautiful place to live. All right. No, robots would not deploy these. AI would. You remember if the Jade Helm period where Jade Helm was a big thing in 2015? That's kind of when the 5G network was being laid initially. Same time the Jade Helm was created. And Jade Helm turned out to be a Jade 2.0, a military artificial intelligence system designed to maintain military readiness, ordnance, etc.
Happy birthday, Evil Dance to Good. Here's a high five for you, and here's a hug.
Yeah. I was telling him
Happy birthday.
we can't say that. They'll monetize if we sing the happy birthday song.
Oh no, I know that's
happy birthday. That's okay, right?
Yeah, I'm changing it up.
I'm changing it.
Happy birthday.
There you go. That's right. Yeah, that's totally different. Happy birthday. It's not public domain. I'm sorry. No, I don't want to do anything to upset the pilots that fly over our house. You know those jets that are burning fuel rapidly, $30,000 per day they spend on fuel. They are the sound of freedom. As sad as that sounds, I mean, it's the only thing we have to defend ourselves against China or Russia.
That's the sound of a cat.
That's the sound of a kitty cat knocking on the door. Oh yeah. Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, I remember that too. I remember those days.
Hey.
Oh, I think she's going to try to follow you.
Yeah, she's after me.
Yep, she is. Oh, a judge approved a settlement that will put Happy Birthday to You in the public domain. It ends the ownership claims of Warner Chappell Music, the music publishing company that had been collecting royalties on this song for years. And that happened in 2016? Okay, good. Digital error, you can ask me anything, but I might not answer it. Sarah, Mad Dog asked Sarah, what do you know about Joan of Arc? She was a young warrior who fought and was burned at the stake. And she believed strongly, and she was very religious. Yeah. I believe everyone has their right to pursue what they want to believe. She's only 17. I should watch it about Joan of Arc. It's awesome. Okay. Do I want to get married or prefer not to? I prefer not getting married at this time in my life. I don't know. I just feel... Now I'm feeling like I'm a little old to get married. Yes, Sarah has her master's now. So marriage is not needed. There you go, US Man 1. There you go. Bengalitis, when you turn 40, you not only feel old, you are old. There you go, I am old. 7 surprising facts about Joan of Arc. Nice. There's Washington State does a baseline for teachers, and they base it on years of experience and degrees. So with my master's, I'll get a pay raise next year. You're 50, you don't feel old. Okay, nice. Thank you, US Man 1. Yeah, it was a lot of work, but I'm really happy with my master's. And I'm happy with this idea of not, I've made this goal to myself of not watching TV on weeknights so that I can be more likely to sleep, which would be good. I am an Aquarius. Hello, Robert. Yeah, my master's is in learning and technology. It's really cool. And now I want to part of me wants to go back to school and study more math. But I've decided instead of going back to school to study more math, I'll probably just watch everything they have on Khan Academy. That's true, 239. You're a master in being a couch potato? Yes, I have watched Twin Peaks. That is a bit weird. Haha, Bengalitis. That's very funny. Why are today's women in debt, worn out, and overweight? Well, they're probably overweight for two reasons, because they're in debt. They're also worn out because they're in debt. Because they're worn out because they're working so hard to try to get out of debt. But part of the reasons that they might be overweight is because they're stressed out, so they do some stress eating. And the other reason that probably Marie Kondo would say is they're not wearing the right clothing. She said, I was listening to her book, and in her book she said that if you lounge around, if you wear sweatshirts and sweatpants all the time, then you end up looking like the clothes. And so you should wear elegant clothing even as loungewear and pajamas, is what she said. But I could just get too cold to do that. But really, I would say, yes, I do believe in women's rights. Really, debt is a really big problem. And the best thing to do with debt is to pay down your debt as soon as possible. There's a great show that you can get, you can watch it on Amazon, all the seasons. I think it's all the seasons. It's called Till Debt Do Us Part. It's about people in relationships that are in huge amounts of debt. But really, yeah, stop spending money that you don't have. That's the one way to get out of debt. Don't buy items you can't afford. I'm living debt-free, Time Pilot. I have no consumer debt. I have no debt. Haha. Salad dressing. Haha. Don't buy anything to try to impress someone. You gave me a picture of clearness. I do work hard for what I earned, but I know the value of saving. I was actually telling my friend, oh, I save it in this way, and in this way, and in this way, and in this way. Yep. I am playing, I'm not winning on the stock market, but that's okay. That's playing. Yes, it does take a lot of work to get a master's degree. But I would say it wasn't that difficult for me to get a master's degree, maybe because I'm used to working hard and I believe strongly in hard work. But I would say that if you are in one of those, if you want a degree in one of the 4 categories that Western Governors University offers, it's so fantastic, because the big thing that helped me was this, they call it a student mentor, who, it's kind of like if you buy a gym membership but you never go to the gym. But if you hire a personal trainer, they're not going to do the work for you, but they're going to be like your cheerleader and say, okay, meet me at the gym every week. Make sure you work out. You can get a master's degree in remixing music. Wow. Well, at Western Governors University, they offer it only in education, nursing, IT, and business. I don't know if Ghost is here or not. Yeah, you could hide some of your money. Okay, Cliff to chat says yes, he is here. I don't know that one, Hot Rails. And would it be accredited? That is funny. I could see Snoop Dogg teaching a course and being a rapper. Pretty funny. I was looking at my papers, I think I told you this, and got rid of a lot of papers. But one course I took back during when I was getting my associate's degree was a course in financial planning class, or that was so good. I learned a lot in that course. Thank you, professor. But it was great. We learned about the stock market. We learned about when to buy a car, how to buy a car correctly, and even housing, I think. What to invest in. I should go back and see what he says to invest in. Yes, I heard about that college cheating scam with colleges and the rich. Do you think I was affected? Do I think I was affected by it in any negative way? No. That's what I love about Western Governors University, the university I just went to. It's all online. So the more people that want to go to the university, they just hire more people. They could have an unlimited number of people going. I don't like that whole thing that the whole selective process of getting into college is I'd rather say have people, if they can't if they're not keeping up with their schoolwork, I do like the idea of putting them on academic probation. And then if they continue to not put up with it, I think that's how WGU works. I don't know I mean, I remember them saying it, but I was like, I was the opposite of that. And what I also like is this whole idea of like, you pay for a certain amount of time, but you can complete as much as you can in that amount of time. Where I don't like colleges where you have to go and sit in a certain class for so many hours, and and respond to other classmates who might not take it as seriously as you do, and things like that. Thank you. I have luscious hair. Awesome. I guess I do. All right. It's pretty good. You like the bird puffins or puffin cereal? Are you writing poetry, Hot Rails? You like the puffin bird. They are pretty cool how they can like live out in the ocean for so long. I do think that's neat. Oh, it's from the Goonies film. I haven't seen that in a long time, but I do vaguely remember watching it. Vaguely. Oh, they catch fish underwater and they live in burrows? Not right now, Cal Worthington. But I do have this, I have this bad callus on my foot. And so I was wearing a callus cushion. And I took really good care of my feet. Yesterday we have this, we invested in I guess it's a pet egg, but it's the rollers, the foot rollers. Yeah, the callus sander foot rollers. And I used that last night. And yeah, took it, sanded it down really well, which is really good. But I still wore a callus cushion because yesterday it was hurting really bad. The foot doctor, podiatrist, explained like it's like bones are going there, like your toe bones are meeting and your foot bones are meeting, and that's why it's rubbing. No, actually, when I'm at work, I don't think of anything except work. I don't have time to think of anyone else. I just think of my students and what I need to do next, and I think of like cleaning my classroom right now, even though I didn't spend time doing that. But yeah, I do have toes that go like that. So yeah, I don't have time to think of it. I just work when I'm at work. All I have time is to do, not time to, and I think of what I need to help my students learn. Do I have a pet student? I try to, no, I try not to. I do, yes, Evil Dance, I am. I do try to, like, there's certain students that don't like coming to school, so I try to reach out to those students and encourage them, and so sometimes maybe it does appear like I have a teacher's pet, but it's not someone who gets the best grades or anything like that. But I would say it's just certain students, sometimes I give them more attention because they need more help. And then I feel bad if the quiet students who's my favorite type of student? Hard workers. And students that my favorite type of students are students who love to learn. That's what I would say. Students that really have a love of learning. And usually it's a mix of both. I usually take this test that I'm required to give students, but sometimes if students need extra help and little quizzes, I sometimes design my own. Yes, I do like students who take time to ask questions beyond the scope of the current subject. No, 250, no. Man. David's lucky. I'm lucky to have David. I teach students to care. Younger kids. Yeah, I can't believe that's how long my hair is. It's pretty long now. It's not that long though. It's just like, it used to be really, man, that used to be really long. If the hair gets any heavier, I might have pains on my neck, maybe. It's pretty good. I had hair all the way to heaven. If you pushed it up in the sky, maybe. I have taught teenagers before. It depends on what you mean by teenagers. I would probably like to teach adults. Like college. I would consider that. I can try. I've been growing my hair. I cut it. And now I've been growing it again. And I cut it like this much. So it's probably grown out, 4 inches or so since I cut it. 4 or 5. Yeah, maybe community college. Something like that. But I like teaching young students too. But as far as teaching, I have subbed for a long time. And some people really love teaching middle school. No, that's illegal in Washington State, Zellfire. No, I've not even thought about that, no. I do use a lot of shampoo. No. I think about how I can help students, how I can teach them. That's what I think about a lot. I think, I need to teach that student more about telling time. I need to teach that student more about phonics. Oh, scissor fight. Cal Worthington wants you to know he says hello. I need to teach my students cursive. I have in the past, but not this year. Last year I taught cursive. I taught them today how to do voice typing on Google Docs and the problems with it, which is, I don't know what to say, and it comes up with, I don't know what to say, and types that, and how to practice what they want to say before they turn on the speaker. So, voice texting, voice to text. Yeah, you're right. Keyboards don't have cursive on them, but it's important. I think it's great to write in cursive. I know I write it quite a bit in my journal, and I could blog, but I tend to write more into my journal. Yeah, penmanship is manly. Look at all the men who wrote the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. Oh, cow is the one I just kicked. From iVlog. That's pretty hilarious. I'm about to delve into reading the news, and I don't want to do that. I really don't. Oh. All right, True Blue. Go talk to those Apple geniuses at the Genius Bar. I hope you get all your tech stuff resolved. Oh, David says you always ask him for that. I don't do that, Hot Rails. I used to tell David, just because someone asks you to play a video doesn't mean you have to play a video. Yeah. Just because the phone rings doesn't mean you have to answer it. Kirsten Nielsen resigned as the boss of DHS. And it might compel some people to play the video. Do I ever do something? No. I just sit here. I don't do anything. Oh, I'm just kidding. Do you ever wake up, I think is what he says. The new laptop megabyte per buffers my channel in 3 minutes. The old one would only buffer less than a minute using Firefox. And the new one takes 3 minutes. Wow. So you bought a new laptop, but it's actually slower than your old one? That makes no sense. I can see why you're taking it in to get some help with it. Are there any things running in the background? Really? Well, I'm sorry, Zeno. I don't think it's over for you. Have you talked to... Wait. Are these girls you actually talk to in real life, or are they all the gamer girls? Oh wait, I kept clicking on that. That's your problem. Internet girls, you need to go talk with people in real life. Seriously, get out of your house, dude. I like that Hot Rails. A French, a German, and a Russian. I believe you, Dr. Meow. I'm serious though. I was talking about in real life girls with 10 in real life girls. If you're talking about internet girls, those don't count. Yeah, if you stay inside all day and just watch gaming or other websites, then, you know, that's not where the action is. So I want you to, now, it's happened online, now I want you to do in real life girls. I don't know why we can't get the chatter list to come up. Click friends, I think, chatter list. I don't know, I got it to come up. Maybe it's because you're a guest. Sign in. Dropping 100 pounds says. Wait, Sarah, you can't do anything else between 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. Seriously, give up on David's show and go out and find somebody. Don't worry about David. He'll be here when you get back. Your Brain on Video Games by Daphne Lear.
Many changes, but the main changes are actually to
So the parietal lobe, which controls attention, the frontal lobe, they're more efficient in people that play action games. Wow. Counterintuitive finding. Literature about technology in the brain. You know about multitasking?
Yellow squash and potatoes and
Oh, yum.
cauliflower.
Oh, yum.
So help yourself to all that, whatever you want. And there's butter and mayonnaise on the side.
Okay.
Hey, I like your hair. It's kind of interesting. It's kind of natural. It's very
Okay.
it's very 60s-esque. Yeah. Is somebody in the show who's doing a beret and hat?
Yellow
Okay.
squash.
Oh, we were helping Xenu find a date. Yeah.
Scissor Fight says you don't need the beret,
Yeah.
the hat. Yeah, and I would agree with him. I think that's right. But Xenu never came back on to the cast, so I can double check that he is the person I thought he was. You like all kinds of squash. I do like lots of squash. I probably like. Really? Then never mind, he's different than what I thought. I never saw. Well, Scissor Fight says as long as you don't show your butt, then you can go and so that I can see what you look like. Right, Scissor Fight? You're not going to instantly ban him? Yeah, but that was after he became famous as Prince. Okay, Scissor Fight gave a thumbs up. You can go over there, show your face. Your face. The girls at Whole Foods are worth dating. They stay in shape. Gunther says, no, they're starving. Oh, is he that person? I thought it was somebody else. You can't show any body parts that you're not supposed to show on camera. Things that I don't want to see. Am I willing to adopt a child to help humanity? Maybe that's why. I'm with David right now, so not at this time. Do I have any April the Giraffe updates? No, I don't. Do you, Time Pilot? Well, romantic novels are really good. What do I know about
I wouldn't need a shoe shine. I would just have Amber. I would need a shoe shine, you know. If I were at the White House,
Yeah.
Amber shines my shoes just by. I train this cat to take pets with my feet, and it's really a problem. We have to watch out where we walk. Yeah. Okay, Sarah, do you use Press shampoo? No, it's the best bang the buck. We tried the main one. What is it?
Maine.
The main something. It's horse shampoo, I guess.
Mane and tail.
Mane and tail. Yeah.
Something like that.
No, I had an aunt and uncle that taught my cat, their cat, to use a toilet. I don't want to put my cat through that because cats, when they get older, they get arthritis, and if they're sitting over the toilet bowl, they end up falling in the toilet when they get old.
I do not use Prel, no.
Yeah, but it's kind of dangerous to teach your cat to use a toilet, but it has been done.
I've heard that these people, they said their cat just follows them everywhere and they just watch them use the toilet and then they left the lid up and their cat used the toilet on their own.
That's an urban myth, but I've seen it happen. I had an aunt and uncle that did it. That taught them. They actually had to teach the cat to do it.
Amber is still single, even though she does have a gentleman who likes a gentleman collar.
Yes. A black cat.
He likes to come up and try to look in. Is it a collar or a stalker? Because he likes to come in and look at the window. A neighborhood cat.
He does. I don't like that cat. It kind of bugs me. Thank you, Sarah. Dinner's rating.
Thank you
for
for dinner, David.
You're welcome. Enjoy. Should be good. We had to drive 30 extra miles to get avocados this weekend, and I was blaming Donald Trump for that, for creating the environment for closing the borders automatically rise in price, 30% rise in price. Michoacan had the largest increase in avocado prices of any time in their history. The major producers are in Mexico now, and Trump really is messing with something important because people love avocados. Americans and Mexican Americans love avocados. What's that? I love them because it's the only way I'm able to, actually have hair. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have hair right now. No, I like this cut. I saw it on Jackson Browne when I met him. He's wearing this exact same haircut. And I looked at it and I was like, wow, man, that's great. I want that haircut. He probably paid a fortune for it. Oh yeah, avocados on burgers are great. I know. Sarah told me about a place she used to go to in Riverside called California Burger. I mean, if they're still in business, I don't know. Yeah. How to make a California burger. Yeah, they're still there. They're still there. Wow. That's cool. California Burger. Apparently they make a beautiful avocado. That's one of the prime ingredients in the California Burger. Here's the recipe. You can digitally download it by #digital download. Just imagine that. Just a little chili, a little burger, a little cheese, Swiss cheese, and avocados. And lettuce underneath. Wow. Who doesn't want one of those, you know? You heard that the kiosks in England that McDonald's is using to create their instant machine kiosk burgers that are producing burgers behind the scrim. Actually, machines create the burgers and they put them out and you hit the... Well, anyway, the touch screens everyone's using have 100% positive results for fecal contamination. Meaning people are wiping themselves and then going to the screen going, and then you're going up there and using the same screen and then you're eating it. You know what I'm talking about? I'd like little Grey Poupon with my feces. Imagine how Dave you retain your blonde hair, just lobby envious. Well, it's because I use a natural colorant, True Blue. You know, some people say it's gray in different lighting, but it doesn't really matter. Grey Poupon. That's right. There's a reason why it's called Grey Poupon. My favorite conspiracy video of all times is the David Bowie one. It has everything in it, all the components. I mean, the mere fact that David Bowie may have been faked, you know, his death. I don't know, that's the coolest one. And I get a kick out of it. People don't even know what it means when I talk about that. Here it is.
After uploading that video last night, showing that David Bowie is alive and well playing the character of Jack Steven, a supposed music industry executive with Fortress Music, I received a few messages from people stating there is a Jack Steven on Vimeo.
Anyway, when David Bowie died, this guy, his face was different prior. This was the real Jack Steven when he was alive.
And a grand old age of 53. Old friend here who I've fallen in love with at my grand old age of 53.
Now you can clearly see it's not the same guy. I mean, clearly. I mean, there's no way that can be him. And this looks surprisingly like David Bowie. And when he says it's like one of the most dramatic things in his life, you can see almost a little tip of a curl of his mouth. You can see he's lying through his teeth that he clearly faked his death.
And to thousands and millions of people around the world. And strangely, I'm surprised. I sort of lived through John Lennon's death, Elvis's death, and sadly, this one's affected me more than any other. I mean, it's a very strange thing.
So I know a lot of you without any critical thinking ability can't understand what I'm talking about and are trying to think about, well, wait a second, this guy looks different over here. This is the original Jack Stevens. Clearly a different guy. This is the guy that came out right after David Bowie died. I mean, come on. It's clearly David Bowie. It's right on. It's like exactly, this is his face. And to make matters worse, David Bowie never had a funeral. He never had a memorial. Nobody went to his burial. Nothing. It's completely fake. I know. And you believed it. Oh, this is the way the Illuminati takes people who are satanic devil worshippers and converts them into more cash. When they die, they make a lot more money, and you people buy their albums. I mean, I couldn't believe all the crap he was making toward the end of his supposed death. You know? Black Star, yeah, exactly. Post your images here. Oh, how nice. Permanent links for Facebook, Twitter message boards. Well, that sounds like fun. Thanks for that link, I Love Fries. I'll check it out. Black star is a gravitational object composed of matter. It is a theoretical alternative to the black hole concept from general relativity. The theoretical construct was created through the use of semi-classical gravity theory. Well, thank you, Zelfire. This is, look at War Games. He still doesn't understand, he or she still doesn't understand what I'm talking about. That's why I leave this on the show, because this was the original Jack Stevens. This was the guy that popped up on the screen in front of you when David Bowie died. Use your critical thinking ability, whatever you have left in your head, because some of these people have a hard time understanding what I'm saying. 10 ways vegans are ruining the world? Uh-oh. Really? Danger. Danger, vegans. Oh, we actually have a video, a 9-minute video about veganism. Well, bring it. Well, if you don't want to talk about the David Bowie faking his death and the whole theory that these people are just a bunch of Illuminati puppets like Paul McCartney and I guess the Rolling Stones, we were talking about that, how they have to work on contract. You've been trolling that guy? Well, good for you, man. If that gets you through the night, I mean, whatever payback you can feel justified, they're censoring me. They're making a lot of money censoring me too. And all I do is just give you what you want, which is a little cowbell, you know. Okay, I muted it so that you didn't have to hear the direct hit. I don't really want to go and do the LA Turtle video right now, but thanks. I know that you're learning so much more about him. He's a YouTube star and he doesn't have anything to say. Because if you have anything to say on YouTube, you get your account taken down. Or they like what they do is they freeze your subscriber count like they did ours. Our subscriber count has remained the same for 9 years. That's technically impossible. Shows me that I'm completely censored on the internet, or at least by the people and the powers that be. But I find it kind of funny because, I mean, we don't know anything. We're still finding out that Osama bin Laden faked that whole death of him out there in Abbottabad was fake. More and more information is coming out about that fakery. You know, no one interviewed the family of Osama bin Laden when they captured him. This guy. And nobody interviewed his family. And if he's bubbling up at any time in our show, don't worry about it, because some people, even Edward Snowden, believes that he's still alive, living in the Bahamas. I'm not kidding. That whole thing about Osama bin Laden being captured and killed, that was all to cover up the birth certificate issue of Barack Obama. Because right around 2012, Donald Trump decided to take my idea, the birther issue, and call it his, just conveniently enough to get noticed. Long enough to be your president and sit around and just sit there and flip-flop all the time. Yep. Hi. You're not watching me on the internet. You're watching me on a controlled network. I call it iVlog, whatever. Yeah, who knows who owns that network. I really don't know. I seriously doubt that that's a legit network. I certainly don't think Vaughn is on his own. I think he's getting a lot of money from the Russians to shut me down. Yeah, that's understandable. I mean, I'm exposing the deepest conspiracy our country's ever faced. No, Trump and I are not related. My family were good people. His family were scoundrels, slumlords. My family founded an entire city of good, hardworking Germans in the Rhineland of Germany. The town of Sponheim. I didn't come from a bunch of weasels and slumlords like Jared Kushner. I'm not bragging, I'm kind of complaining, but I wasn't given a lot of money. I wasn't awarded a huge fortune like Trump was. Here's the humble town of Sponheim in Germany. And here's the castle where my family came from. Yeah, check it out. It's all about the Sponheim family there. Die Geschichte von Bürgerstein ist mit and there's the, oh yeah, there's the dungeon. Dun 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 dun. The dungeon. This is where they stored their prisoners. This is where we brought the warlords from other countries in, like the Rothschilds. But they weren't even Rothschilds back when my family was around. We predate that family. They were called Bowers. They're watching reruns of my show on UHF Plus? Oh, you are? That's cool. Yes, Allison Mack has pled guilty to sex cult charges. Yeah, this is a down day for a lot of people. Felicity. Right. This woman, yes, here she is, Allison Mack. You know, I think the sex thing kind of can take over a woman's mind. I do believe that there's a hormonal change that happens in men and women that occurs at a very they call it love, but it could also be misused by people. They can manipulate that sex hormone, and it could be slavery. It could be being a sex slave or being mind manipulated by somebody like Rainier. What that man did, apparently had a business going of selling human trafficking and child pornography and you name it. So yeah, what weirdest corruption is coming out now. This is one in Romania, really. The Castle Bran, really. Wow, that's a very beautiful castle, yeah. So you're not the only one with the castle, yeah. Well, anyway, this is a lovely place, Burg Sponheim. I've never been there, but I've seen pictures of it. The castle was built with a massive structural integrity that you would never see in a castle. I mean, not some crappy castle. I mean, look at that. The lines, the work, the masonry. It's amazing. And my chromosomes actually built this. Yeah, isn't that amazing? I think I remember laying that brick in my previous life. I don't eat pretzels. I do eat, they're a little too salty for me. I'm a little salt sensitive, so I prefer non-salted pretzels. I'd like to make, obviously everyone loves fresh pretzels, but pretzels generally aren't non-GMO. They're all using genetically modified wheat, which is designed to control your brain, cause sterility, and various other psychotic disorders. They've injected a particular type of chromosome in the gene that we eat and the wheat that's genetically modified, and it creates a thing called wheat belly. Hey, Add the One, welcome. Yeah, do you know Trump forced Kirstjen Nielsen to resign? Yeah, and she was standing up for him and claiming the Russians didn't even rig the election in favor of him, but apparently she said too little. And I think he blames the whole border thing on all the people that he's firing. You see how he's handling it like a child. He's firing all the people that he thinks caused the problem. We have more on her. Oh, and this guy loves to mouth off about people. And he's not that interesting.
Stemming from her involvement in the sex slave cult NXIVM. So she now could face up to 20 years in prison for each of the 2 counts she pled guilty to. It is not...
NXIVM is a shampoo. It's Nixivium. Yeah, this guy doesn't even know how to pronounce words. 1 hour of them? I don't think so. Live coverage? Yeah, sure. I don't know. He could have Tourette's. No, seriously, if you think blood pressure pills are going to mask your salt sensitivity, great. Go for it. But I still recommend not eating salted pretzels if you're salt sensitive or suffering from hardening of the arteries. Or in the case of a guy who eats nothing but fish fillets that are really salty. If Donald Trump lands, say, 1 fish fillet, let's see, fish fillet. McDonald's salt content. Let's take a look. 582 milligrams of salt in one fish fillet. So if Donald Trump has, say, about 8 of these things, that's 5,000 milligrams of salt. That's 2.5 times the normal amount. Yeah. Even 6 would be too much. But you know he's eating nothing but those. So I'd say Donald Trump is bringing in close to 5,000 milligrams of salt a day. His doctors give him a clean bill of health. Well, you know, whatever. He likes to do whatever he wants. And he's eating or drinking Diet Cokes, which is a known carcinogen. And it just saddens me to see a person whose brain is literally being fried by the food he's eating. No wonder he can't make any solid decisions, and he's flip-flopping on the border issue all over the place. It's crazy. And yeah, he does take orders from Putin. And if you people don't understand that, then you just simply have to look at his record of getting free money from the Russians. There you go. Everything okay? I heard something going on. Hello? Hello? Okay. He balances his unhealthy diet out by not drinking or smoking, but he's still a ticking time bomb. Exactly. Guess 555. Good point. We have guest 555 in the chat room with a very solid position. That's right. He's still a ticking time bomb. And I'm worried that, you know, our nation is sitting on a precipice of lies, all generated by a guy who loves to lie, a pathological liar. Even now, everybody in his cabinet are wondering why he keeps saying his dad was born in Germany, when he on his all of his documents, even his driver's license, it said born in New York. So we're not really sure why Donald wants to insist upon lying incessantly and getting away with it. He gets off on it. It's kind of a thrill for him to lie to everybody he talks to. He loves it. And I believe Scaramucci was right when he said that Donald likes lying. It's just what he does, and he loves the attention. He's spot on. I agree with Scaramucci. I'll keep him on my radar as somebody we could work with in the cabinet. You're right. I believe you're right, War Games. Trump is paranoid. That's why he doesn't like to eat any one fast food restaurant. I think typically they'll buy about 50 bags, and he'll walk up to the counter and go, okay, which one am I going to eat a fish sandwich from? And then he grabs this one, and he grabs this fish. Because this way he randomizes. No way they could possibly predict which fish burger he's going to eat. And then everybody else gets free fish burgers the rest of the day. So he's on a diet, a strict diet of fish burgers and Diet Coke. And I think this kind of happens when people read, into this. MSG is in these products. Carcinogenic fish. God knows what that fish is coming from. I mean, where do they get their fish meat at McDonald's? You got to wonder. Source of McDonald's fish meat. Okay, Alaskan fisherman livelihood. Really? So, McDonald's sustainable fillet of fish threatens Alaska's fisherman livelihood. McDonald's made waves in the media. This is a 2015 article, but they made waves in the media by committing to the use of only wild Alaskan pollock, certified as sustainable by the Marine Stewardship Council, to make its popular fillet of fish sandwich in the. Well, I think he's getting a good grade of pollock in those fish sandwiches. Donald, you're choosing a very good protein. I would highly recommend continuing your diet of fish burgers, but take the bread off and just eat the fillet. You're going to cut off a lot of calories. You're going to start trimming up. You look better for 2020. I don't want you to look really, really fat. There was a guy that did a very good impersonation of Donald. If you haven't seen it, I'm going to play it for an encore right now. He was a construction worker, a Make America Great construction worker, and he pulls it off. I think he could go professional. Check it out.
There you go. What a tremendous day we're having here. Okay, hold on. Okay, do it again. We'll do it again.
Go ahead.
No, hold on. We'll do it right. Just go like this when you're ready. What a tremendous day here. The Long Island Railroad is screwing up this job. It's a horrible job. I have hired my good friend John Valente and his great wife Rosie. They're tremendous people. And I'm going to tell you right now, we have to come in and do this job on time and under budget. We're going to go with Oliveria, or is it Oliveria? They're good people. They're Italian, but they're good. Or are they Portuguese? I don't know. But they're tremendous people, and we are going to get this job done, and done the right way. We are hiring many more pork chops because we love them. They're tremendous people. And we are going to do a great job here, Rosie. I'm going to tell you, your husband is a tremendous attribute to this job, and we are going to get this job done the right way, the union way, and it's going to be a tremendous job. He's a great carpenter, he really is. I eat lunch with carpenters. Thank you so much, even the evil media, for coming.
I swear that is too funny. I mean, he really should. Hey, it's not a wig. This is my real hair. Yeah, I found out a way of I'm using a product that's kind of new. It's called Sham. So it's kind of a French word. Shampoo. I think it's shampoo, they call it. Yeah, it sure beats a bar of soap. That's what I'm talking about. Anyway, he was very, very funny. I enjoyed that. So this is the woman that is a front row center in the eyes of the sex slave cult case. Actress Allison Mack pled guilty to charges in the sex cult slave case.
In the 1910s or 1920s, following emancipation, she continued to live with her daughter on the plantation where she was enslaved.
Huh? Wrong story. Allison Mack has just left federal court building.
You said you were excited why you were here. Why don't you give him over?
Her teeth are gorgeous. Let's comment about her teeth. Yeah, wow, that was beautiful. Yeah, she has beautiful teeth. I think we should contact her her dental hygienist, and maybe they could room together at prison. She'll be spending up to 15 years in prison for these charges. And I don't know, is she keeping her tattoo of Nixivium? Not Nexium? Nixivium. Yeah. She's hot. Yeah, well, how many people would you pardon her if you were president? Would you pardon her? I beg your pardon. I never promised you a beep, beep. David, have you ever come across any great deals lately at thrift stores? You always find great deals. Yeah, Captain Howdy, I have. I get shirts, dress shirts for $2.69. High quality ones from the Philippines, double stitch cotton. I can't even find these things online. The best cotton ever at thrift stores. You get polyester at news stores. I shop only at thrift stores now. Yeah. Okay, are we done looking at her? Your fantasies are over. Maybe your prison fantasies are over. All right. Now you get to enjoy a negative feeling of what it's like to be Bernie. Apparently a lot of his ideas of living rent-free are in his head, and he's been a moocher ever since he started his campaign. I was tweeting today about how Bernie and Biden are both, supposedly leading the Democratic Party. It says, who's the front runner of the Democratic Party? A senator who wrote that women like to be raped? Bernie? Or a former vice president that asked a 13-year-old about his horniness? Creepy Joe. And then it talks about two separate stories individually, say one guy's ahead of the other in various states. So, the Democratic Party is misguided, and they've got old people running the show. That's just as bad as the Republican Party, which has old person number one, Donald Trump, running the show. And then we got a lot of other people who wannabes in the Democratic Republican Party that are probably never going to get there, who have too much dirt on their background, like Beto O'Rourke, who committed a hit and run. He tried to run from a scene of a crime where he had a .134 alcohol. And he could have killed a lot of people. He went into oncoming traffic, they say. Beto wrote, when he was a young man, part of a hacker group, he wrote an essay talking about how he wanted to murder children. And this guy wants to run for an office. It's just, this is what the Democrats have. And then Elizabeth Warren, who openly committed fraud and now wants to pretend like she didn't. And that surprised me that Trump didn't prosecute Elizabeth Warren when she did the DNA test. She's open to prosecution right now based on affirmative action law. And all she needs is to be subpoenaed. Donald Trump has not even bothered. It's like he doesn't even want to pursue these ideas that I'm the one who came up with. Get a DNA test from Elizabeth Warren, and Donald acted like it was his. He never even followed up on it. Kamala Harris is being rejected by her family, and some people say that she slept her way to the top in California politics. And you got to wonder. Okay, I think we're done looking at that one. And the new acting DHS boss, Kevin McLennan, I got to tell you, folks, Donald Trump is Mulvaney, who the chief of staff, who's an Irish guy. Now he's got Kevin McLennan. We're talking about Irish mobster figures in how they act, how they look, how they behave, taking over our government right now. And he's not the only one. I'm not prejudiced against Irish people, but when General Mattis left and left us with a vacuum, now we have Patrick McShanahan as our Secretary of Defense. I mean, really? Yeah, it's like we're surrounded by these Irish people, and it's as though Trump is working with some sort of a side group of Italian mobsters who've been working for the Irish, who've always worked with the Italians. I'm just beginning to think that there's some sort of a plan to stack the entire administration of Donald Trump with a bunch of, I don't know for a fact that these people are mobsters, but they certainly look like that they are. I mean, look at this.
Relationship with DOD, the State Department, and the National Security Council, which is she plans to stay on until Wednesday to help make it for a little bit smoother of a transition. Bill,
why does the White House say things could be better or different, I should say, under different leadership?
Well, first off, Kevin McAleenan, he fits the White House's bill of being the toughest cop around on border security, particularly with his background being the head of Customs Border Protection. You know, McAleenan, he is extremely familiar with the nuances of the situation at the border. Sources say that he is extremely intelligent, he's organized, and...
In other words, he sucks up to Donald Trump and he'll do whatever he tells him. Kirsten, I don't think, had enough sucking going on. Just standing up for Trump, claiming the Russians had nothing to do with winning the election, that wasn't enough to keep her job. Apparently, she needs to get the same knee pads that Kellyanne Conway has. How does she keep her job? We don't post things about him here, ever. Yeah, that guy is offering $1,000 a month, this Yang guy, Mr. Bill. And he's taken my idea of a basic income of $500 a month and run with it and acts like it's his idea. We can't possibly get every single U.S. citizen $1,000 extra. There's no way. It's mindless. It would cost our country $3 trillion because he's not stipulating the people with Social Security or disability don't get that. He's making no stipulations at all. So we go bankrupt, costing our country $3 trillion a year. I know I've been talking about it for years, but they're all stealing my ideas. I don't think you people understand. I am censored in America. You've got, the only reason why you're in the show, frankly, is because you're coming from an IP that's been readily accepted by Vaughn over the past few years because you were part of the T. Rucker show. Most of the people that went to the T. Rucker show can get in here into our show. He used a simple algorithm that mats over to his who he lets in. Anybody else coming in here to the Vaughn show can't get in. The capacity server screens kick in. If you're just like an average guy trying to get into a show and wondering, gee, Dave, how do I get in here,
Hey, do you ever wonder, what is going on? I mean, do you ever, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on? Hey, do you ever wonder?
Yeah, he can't get in here. He can't get into the show. He's trying, and every time he gets a capacity server screen, he's like many other people. No, libtards are just like sheep. They're just following whatever they're told. If I could lead the libtards, I would. Yeah, they're just doing what they're told. They think that terrorism happens all around the world, so we must have all kinds of safeguards, like getting rid of our guns. Oh. And they're falling into that category all the time. That's what they do. They are living in fear. Democrats that's the mindset of the libtard. They're living in fear. You Republicans are a little bit more full of bravado. It's like, oh, I'll take my fifth, my shotgun, take care of business, and you can't stop me. I'm all rock and load, buddy. Meanwhile, you're scared shitless too, just like all the rest of you people. You've been mind controlled. Your entire existence is one of hoping no one takes you out. You live in fear, constant fear, whether you're Democrat or Republican. Of course you're prone to picking people that are absolute idiots as your president. Look at this guy. And you stand behind that? I'll tell you, you're not built like this rock behind me. All right, I'm going to play a little something I created on Magic software. Yeah, it's a good song. I put it together in a couple of minutes. It was amazing. Magix.com has a lot of free loops and things you can play with, and I made this in 2 minutes.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. You spin my world around, cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away.
Okay, so we are proposing a container wall that could be built for as low as $1,000. Excuse me, $1 billion total, 1,000 mile container wall. I would love for a container to be built for only $1,000. That'd be great. Yeah. Just pulling up a couple things while I talk. Hold on, please. Yeah, we proposed this idea to get people solutions at the border that would make sense, and the total cost would be $1 billion for a 1,000 mile fence. Now these cost $2,000 a piece, these units, and they're very available because we don't have as much trade going on as we used to. Yeah, it'd be great if we could get them for $1,000. Quick question for you: with Trump being Republican, right-winger, do you believe he's doing the right thing to lead this nation? No. No, Trump is completely owned by the Zionist movement that owns the Democratic Party as well. Yeah. You want to see Nancy Pelosi's tax returns? Yeah, I want to see her tax returns too. I'd like to see them all. Yeah. But I think Trump is evading a discovery, and the real smoking gun is the fact that he won't show his tax returns. So he's working for somebody, and somebody rigged the Mueller vote and the Barr vote. Barr has already corrupted himself when he wrote that 19-page letter to Rod Rosenstein. And that's not making any mileage in the mainstream media. Nobody's talking about it besides me. A lot of this is just turning out to be I'm the one with the intelligence to understand all the different things that are happening simultaneously. And piecing it all together is my job to do in the Conspiracy Monday show. But if I can't convince you the simplest thing, that the two parties are owned by the same powerful moneyed interests, I don't know what to do. If you don't understand that by now, I tried to make it easier to understand when I said that the Nazis literally have embedded themselves in our country, and it's true, they have. The Ashkenazis, they're surrounding the president. They surround all the major financial sectors. And these Ashkenazis are up to one thing, making money on their own time, on your own dime. And they'll use every bit of our tax dollars to suck dry in order to continue financing their political takeover of our country. I have proof of everything, Vladimir. You have come into this show many times, trying to pretend that you are not the great leader of Russia. I would gladly save you, but unfortunately I don't have any power. Without any power, I can't even do anything but the show. It comes down to they don't want a person like me even to get into the mainstream media. So it's really up to the people to keep spreading the word about what this is. I have to be put sidelined because you the people don't believe you're being censored. And that somehow that you have choice when you have a left versus right. You don't understand the need for a centrist party, apparently. Or you just don't understand how bad off the situation is, because the donations just don't fly in here. We hardly ever get a donation from Americans, and we can't take donations from foreigners. I'm not part of your Russian takeover, Vladimir. Sorry. Thank you. I am really smart. I'm not denying that. I was number one in my high school class. I'm 770 students. And I was too smart for my professors, so I just didn't bother finishing my degree. I don't really need to be a part of that world. When I've got the mind that I do, I can look deeply into subjects and come up with solutions. I live to solve things. That's why I apply my brain whenever I can. I like to find solutions. I also try to keep things to a minimum. I believe in simplicity. Even simplification in your life. And D. Boone, I'm going to have to stick you in the dumpster because, unfortunately, you missed the point. The Nazis took our country over when they embedded themselves through Operation Paperclip. Look it up. Don't donate anything if you're from a foreign country. These African and Haitian migrants are stopped at the Mexican border in Chiapas, the entry denied. So Mexico is trying to enforce a tougher policy so they don't lose trade with the U.S. Let's take a look.
Un zafarrancho afuera del Instituto de Migración de Chula, la estación siglo XXI, donde un africano que presuntamente había sido golpeado por elementos de seguridad privada, al ser puesto en libertad, decidió romper los cristales con una silla a esta acción.
Man, so they're being turned away, a little pissed off. You know, I don't know if I can really pay much time to this next story about the idea that Nunes is suing. He's filing all kinds of... Nunes is a guy they should have, charged with some violations a long time ago. Now he's almost like unescapable. He's now leading a charge against basically against McClatchy, alleging that conspiracy to derail Clinton and the Russian probes were part of a plan. They're going for blood now that they think they have some big validity from William Barr, who, like I said, is a Russian sympathizer at the very least. William Barr, our Attorney General, wrote a letter in defense of Michael Flynn to not investigate him prior to us finding out that he was in fact a Russian agent. Michael Flynn, Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, was working for Russia when he was our top national security advisor. If you didn't know that, I'm sorry to bring you up to speed, but Trump has been protected by a man named William Barr, who wrote a letter before all this investigation went on, asking to not look into obstruction charges. And this is all documented. So William Barr should recuse himself from the Attorney General position and step down. And there's no way, unless that report is read by Nancy Pelosi or the Democrats or the people of the United States, there's no way that we can pass a judgment that there was no obstruction and no collusion at this point. This is still an open case. And William Barr, in my opinion, needs to step down, recuse himself, and possibly be disbarred for what he did. There's a strong piece of evidence there. You don't write a 19-page letter to Rod Rosenstein, put it in writing that you're protecting a known Russian agent. Everything about William Barr is completely and utterly worthless, because William Barr is working on behalf of either Russia or the people that financed Trump's election from Russia. There's nothing honest about him. In fact, he looks like a complete deep state flipper. William Barr has all the earmarks of a person who's working at the deepest state level of corrupt levels of Zionist control. Writing that 19-page letter incriminates him, and I would use it as a reason to launch an investigation into him and Robert Mueller as well. Count on a deeper investigation when I'm president, because I'll be launching 5 or 6 different investigations simultaneously. We have so much corruption in our country right now that's not being addressed, it's not even funny. We're sitting on a massive amount of corruption at the highest level, and Trump is leading the parade, profiting from the White House. Total conflict of interest laws are being in violation right now. This is unbelievable. It's a tantamount to a treasonous coup of our nation.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle.
I always talk to the group of people that do lip reading, because when these videos are seen later, computers will be able to translate everything I say. Yeah. So I always give people secret information that you would never hear unless you had lip reading ability. Yeah. I could have been saying anything like, Anthony, yeah, what can I do for you, Anthony? What's going on, man? I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Anthony. I think there's something up your ass. Same nose. Would you like me to match the face with myself? Sure. Well, you're either being completely fooled by CGI on a daily basis, or I really am getting younger. You decide. Yeah, Anthony, what can I do for you, man? Yeah. Yeah, Anthony, what can I do for you? Yeah. Go ahead. Okay, what is it? Yeah. No kidding. They're burning the prairies in Nebraska. No kidding, man. Wow. That's news. I had never heard that. This is the first I've heard about it. Wow. So this is going on. Who do you think is starting the fires? They burn the tall grasses and the tree. That makes no sense. Why would they do that? Are they trying to get rid of the crops, you think?
Feed the animals when the grass will grow back a lot faster and the ashes fall, gives it a nice fertilizer.
You believe that?
No, not at all.
Yeah, that sounds really
down.
Yeah.
They want us to breathe in smoke.
It's like they want everybody in Nebraska to breathe smoke. I think you're onto something, man. Thank you very much for telling me about this. Yeah. Good tip. I don't know. How many years are you going to breathe the smoke? You know, how many times are you going to look at yourself in the mirror and wonder why you're wasting away? You know, get a life, dude. Yeah, poor guy. He's out there in the middle of the prairies, and he can't He can't even formulate a thought because he's being chemtrailed so hard. Anyways, this is just a lot of hoopla. Devin Nunes should have been charged with ethics violations when he handed the entire case of the Russian investigation over to Donald Trump. That should have been an ethics violation right there. And now Devin Nunes is hell-bent to just go after anybody who even launched an investigation into Donald Trump. It's amazing, huh?
All right, ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee, Congressman Devin Nunes, is now preparing to send 8 criminal referrals to the Attorney General, William Barr, over the alleged misconduct during the Trump-Russia investigation.
Oh, stick it up your ass, Hannity. Jeez, what? Have you ever seen anybody look more constipated in your life? That guy looks like he's suffering from serious, hardcore constipation. What do you have? Hacked documents from Pelosi laptop linked to her Benghazi scandal? I'd like to know more. Hey, like the Republicans, I want to know about Hillary too. But really? You know? Come on. You're gloating on your victory with Russia's help. That's pretty sick. You Republicans ought to be ashamed of yourself. Hacked documents from Pelosi's laptop links her to Benghazi scandal. This is serious. The Benghazi scandal is back in the headlines. This time, some unlikely players were added to the fray. One of the players, Nancy Pelosi, was added to the scandal due to a hack leak released by Guccifer 2.0. I don't know. They're just trying to frame Nancy, I think. I think you're going to just go away. You're not allowed to come in the show, sir. You have to go away. Yeah. Tax refunds so far this year down by $6 billion. Yeah, see, we're losing money. Amazon didn't even pay taxes. It's one of these canned CBS videos with the music playing behind it. The hacker or hackers known as Guccifer 2.0 publicly released documents claiming to come from the computer of Representative Nancy Pelosi. As you may recall, the original Guccifer, Marcel Lehel, is a Romanian hacker responsible for high-level computer security breaches in the U.S. and Romania. Lehel targeted celebrities, Romanian and U.S. government officials. You know, I'm going to go out there on a limb and say Nancy has no clue how she got Guccifer 2.0 articles on her computer. This in no way implicates Nancy Pelosi. For crying out loud, cut the lady a little slack, okay? Thank you. Stephen Colbert used to, he's taken a turn for the worst. Stephen Colbert, yeah. What about Jon Stewart? Have you seen him lately? We played him a couple days ago. He's not looking too young anymore. I mean, when they leave their show, it's like everything goes downhill. It's like they look like they're ready for the, taxidermy or something. I mean, look at Jon Stewart now. And I'm older than he is. Isn't that weird? Yeah. Maybe I'm not. He looks a little older than me. But what about Luke Perry, man? Jeez. He was 8 years younger than me. Passed away. I guess he was 6 years younger than me. Yeah, the final days of Luke Perry. I met this guy when he was 21 years old. And it's just like, what's going on? I mean, it's a hard life. I mean, I'm 6 years older than this dead man. I remember meeting the guy. He was a really nice guy. Who's going to interview? Who? Huh? What? He was a nice guy. Luke Perry was one of the best guys. I don't check cortisol levels. I am not required to. My system runs in perfect harmony. Beep. All right, so tax refunds are down. Let's go to CBS. CBS News. So what happened to your tax cut? Here's what tax pros say. Oh. A tax refund isn't a refund isn't bonus money. Oh, okay. It's the difference between how much tax you paid during the year and how much you should have paid. What is this, like taxes for retards? Yeah, here's tax lessons for retards. Come on in, everybody, and learn to talk about your taxes.
What is going on?
You have to get taxed when you work. That's what's going on. if you don't work and you're like underwater, you don't get taxed. So don't worry about it, man. Some people work as crisis actors. They played a couple roles. This guy popped up 2 times in 10 years. Adam Lanza, David Hogg, both appeared simultaneously within the same decade. Isn't that amazing? I would like to talk about Anthony Bourdain if you don't mind, Vlade. Thank you. No, that's not scripted. Do I look like I'm reading off a script? Do I look like I am reading off of a script? No, I do not. Clearly, this is responses that I have not drafted earlier in the show. God, what do you think this is? Will not get 29 tax refunds until 2020. Amazon didn't pay any tax. Our most important company didn't pay any tax. That shows you how out of it our government officials are. They wouldn't tax Amazon. I mean, come on. Plants actually know when they're eaten and send distress signals through your body. Warning, you're eating me. I'm a cucumber. Oh. Yeah. Every second. Just because plants do not have brains, it doesn't mean they can't have feelings. Plants can feel distressed in a way that they have a type of nervous system. Plants warn each other if they're attacked. I'm not kidding. I'll never forget this this sound I heard when across the street they were like slash and burn clear cutting for some development in my area that was illegal, in my opinion. And I definitely know it was illegal, but I could never get them to prove what they were doing because they wouldn't listen to my testimony. But they were cutting trees down in my area, and I seriously heard this weird sound from the trees in my forest saying, "Don't cut me down, David, don't cut me down. Oh, I don't want to die like the ones across the street." It's weird. That's not exactly how it sounded, but I'm just making up, voices adding to it. No, I really heard something very strange. It was almost inaudible. It was like on an alpha wave construct. No, it's not psychosis. It was like a weird... No, I mean, we know now that plants respond. I am not like God, but I hear nature in many ways. I really am tuned into nature. I don't know if you people realize this, but yeah, the whole idea of what we're doing to the planet is insane. And you probably all secretly know that you're complicit by not doing anything. Hello. Yes, Ryan, may I help you? How can I be of assistance? Total collusion, yeah. You got it, man. Ryan, I told you, total collusion. Mueller and Barr are in on it, Ryan. They work together. What the hell, are you stupid? Yeah, but my ideas have been, pretty much out there. I really want to protect the most important part of our world, which is the ocean. I want to clean the ocean. I do. I like the boy in slot idea, and I'd certainly give it a certain amount of government funding to research maybe improvements on their model. I think it should be moving forward. We should start to get these things, these booms out in the water and start cleaning the ocean, make them work. The boy in slot model cost $2 million in crowdfunding dollars, and it was spent pretty quickly. But he did pull in a couple thousand pounds of garbage, out of the ocean. It wasn't a net loss. They are cute, aren't they? No, I don't think burning prairies is a conspiracy, but that's an interesting thought. I think that guy from Nebraska was watching too much porn, and he thought everything was burning around him. I know, happy hour as a surfer, so do I, dude, and I fully support your desire to help clean the oceans, for sure, dude. Yeah, I was a surfer. I used to surf in California, and I gave up surfing because I used to walk on the beach and get tar in my feet. Last year, I went down to Malibu and walked on the beach of Zuma, and they still have tar from that 1985 Santa Barbara oil spill that happened. Tar. Well, I could play the Surfer Dude video, but unfortunately, he monetizes. Anytime I play his videos, they try to get money for his. He lives off his AdSense dollars. That's a surfer guy. Yeah, we've had monetization issues with him. I can show you his picture and give you a couple seconds of the surfer guy. That much I can do. I'm sorry, I can only play 8 seconds of that. It's when he met his own blow-up doll out in the middle of Zuma. Yeah, you know the deal.
Oh, bro, it's just like, dude, you get the best barrels.
Yeah, and I can't even play that much, so they'll try to take it away. They'll send me a disclaimer saying, if it gets close to 8 seconds, YouTube will send me monetization issues. Even greed can't excuse Amazon's atrocious Prime member shopping horoscopes. Really? I'm intrigued. I'm going to play that 6-minute video of the Honduras being turned away by the Mexicans at the Mexican border tonight. I'm also putting it in immigration. Immigracion. Here we go. This is their big Prime thing. If you need help spending even more money on Amazon Prime, the tech giant is a simple solution. Look to the stars. In a truly bizarre capitalist twist on astrology, Amazon Prime's insider newsletter is sending monthly horoscopes to its members. The company maps out the best products and Prime benefits by zodiac sign. Wow. So you can order based on your sign. What a wonderful idea. I'm so glad that he's doing such good work. I mean, he's so happy too. I've never seen a person get happier just taking free money from our government at low postal rates. Trump couldn't even do anything with that. He couldn't even fight the Democrats. That's enough. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you. Somebody was saying, is it true that Jeff Bezos looks... Hang on. We have an interesting piece of information here from our zoo activity. We have tool-making abilities have been identified in the subhuman races. This particular orangutan is capable of using a saw. So we have proof of tool-making ability. Thank you. But somebody was saying that Jeff Bezos looks like Mark Zuckerberg. And I was going to do a little check on that to see if that's the case. Oh my gosh. They do look alike. This is phenomenal, people. I mean, it's very possible they're replicants from the same chromosome gene pool. Look at that. That is weird. Isn't that strange? They both kind of look alike. I'm beginning to wonder. Are these like a particular breed of Ashkenazis? I mean, what's going on here? Virgos are told to let go of their productivity agenda and accept a calmer, clearer mind. But that doesn't mean silence or meditation. It means subscribing to Prime Music for a soundtrack to keep you dreamy. If you're a Virgo, you need to remain dreamy. I have not no, that guy lost his hair, Jack. Yeah. Here's what I'm medicating with tonight. Happy hour. Blueberry Cruffin. Oh yeah, making.
Welcome back. It's 420 Shorty.
Look at that.
I'm going to show you a close-up of the
Blueberry Cruffin. This is some sort of an ancient. Oh, it's like a bud of marijuana or something. Okay, we'll play that later in our show. I don't really want to cater to you herbaceous indulgers. Yeah, you're kind of fixated on the herb. There's nothing to talk about. Mark told everybody that T. Rucker died and cried about it. And Mark hasn't been heard of since, ever since T. Rucker came back online. I didn't say anything about Mark, other than the fact that he claimed T. Rucker had died, and he cried in front of everybody saying his friend had died of cancer, and then we're finding out that he's not dead after it all. It's like Mark hasn't been seen online talking at all since then. T. Rucker came back and he does a show now. You didn't know? Yeah. Mark hasn't been heard of since. Okay, here's a powerful spyware app. TechCrunch. A volcanic eruption viewed from space. Okay, Mr. Bill. No, just Mark can't even speak out because he's openly stated that T. Rucker died and he emphatically insisted on it. Now we find out T. Rucker's alive. A powerful spyware app now targets iPhone owners. Wow, thanks for the heads up on that. I'm glad I don't have an iPhone, but yeah. Security researchers have discovered a powerful surveillance app first designed for Android devices can now target victims with iPhones. The spy app, found by researchers at mobile security firm Lookout, said its developer abused their Apple-issued enterprise certificates to bypass the tech giant's app store to infect unsuspecting victims. You think apps like Apple uses would be clean and virus checked? The Disguise Carrier Assistance app, once installed can silently grab a victim's contacts, audio recordings, photos, videos, and other device information, including their real-time location data. It can be remotely triggered to listen in on people's conversations, the researchers found. You don't even know when your phone's on and it's listening to you. Hey, if you have kids, you need to tell your kids to, use their cell phone in one particular way. Hold your cell phone away from you because it has EMF radiation, electromagnetic frequency radiation that can affect you. And urge them to do it in a very dark closet. If they want to talk to their friends, they could just go in the closet and hold the phone away from their head for privacy. And keep the light off because somebody could be listening in and looking at them too. I mean, the whole world is so weird. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Jeff Bezos really is. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, that tablet will burn your head and eventually develop brain cancer. I guess you don't care about brain cancer, huh? Oh wow, U.S. troops, one contractor killed in Afghanistan on IED blast. Okay, so I'm supposed to, lose sleep over this. 6,000 men, women died, mostly men, in the Afghanistan-Iraq war, but we're supposed to have a big moment of silence over the 3 U.S. troops and one contractor. Boy, these Fox people are so full of hypocrisy, it's not even funny. That's pretty interesting. I'm going to flip this in my technical section. Anything related to technical, I put in my Flipboard under the category of tech tools. And if you want my Flipboard, here it is. It's got 28 different magazines. I'm under constant attack, Ace Spade. Nope, not many people can multitask at 15 different levels simultaneously. I'm able to do that. It is through the sheer power of my primary thinking unit, what you call CPU. 10 ways vegans are ruining the world. Let's sample a little of this. We're going to play it tonight.
Her chat show host Ellen DeGeneres regularly points out how harmful consumption of meat is to the environment.
Yeah.
Toast. Not because you should be saving the money for a mortgage, but...
I think, I don't know what this is about, but I think the plan to get people off of meat is really about not actually doing any work to grow food. I think the ultimate goal of elites is for all of us to eat, Soylent Green. I don't like the fact that Whole Foods hasn't committed to non-GMO. In fact, you can attribute Whole Foods' purchase of $13.7 billion to the USPS rates that Jeff Bezos pays. Bar none. The lowest rates out there. Hey, if you're one of those people that want to talk about chemicals blowing in the sky as part of your Conspiracy Monday show, I want to talk about that.
Right. There was letting dispersed, and I'll be happy to talk to you about it. I think you might be under some misconceptions about what we're doing, but I'm happy to tell you any details needed.
Well, I know that it says in your article that you're doing it for communications.
Okay, I'm happy to talk to you more about it. There are many reasons we're doing it.
Okay.
We don't understand how the wind in the upper atmosphere moves. In these chemtrails, there's different kinds of chemtrails, as you probably know. Different trails at night we use, and different trails during the day. The wind blows them around. They glow either on their own or from scattered sunlight. We take pictures and we can see how the wind trail moves around.
Yeah.
Hey, so here's a scientist at NASA's Goddard Station telling us that they're dumping chemicals on our heads, and everyone's okay with that. Kind of strange, don't you think? And then this appearance over the skies last couple days ago. This is NASA dumping trimethyl aluminum into the air. According to NASA, which funded the mission, on Friday night, 2 rockets dumped trimethyl aluminum, TMA, and barium-strontium mixture into the magnetosphere above Norway. But what was the purpose of the experiment? According to NASA, the experiment was to measure winds and currents in the ionosphere are at an electrically charged layer above Earth's atmosphere where auroras appear. Specifically, the researchers are interested in discovering how auroral energy might percolate down toward Earth to influence the lower atmosphere. I personally think that this is more likely than not an attempt to tweak the magnetosphere, which has already been proven to be in a dangerous situation. Magnetic north is drifting. We know that for a fact. That's just a joke. People use the word Mike and then add the second word, and then it means something different. Iowa student asked Beto O'Rourke, "Are you here to see Beto in the bathroom?" What? Yeah. Iowa Press, let's take a look. Beto's been hanging around the bathrooms in Iowa. Is that what's going on? Oh, it's gone. It could not be found. But on Sunday, minutes before being in front of more than 300 people, Beto O'Rourke took a moment for a requisite bathroom break. While washing his hands, O'Rourke got an unexpected question. "I was in the bathroom minding my own business and I was washing my hands," said Matthew Rowland. "And this guy asked me how it was going and I said, 'Good. How's it going? Going for some small talk?'" Rowland asked, "Are you here to see Beto?" He said Beto O'Rourke looked at him with a grin and said, "That's me." I was in awe and shook his hand. A super polite guy. I'm just glad I got a chance to meet him. Why are we featuring a Beto O'Rourke story? Seriously? Why would we put a Beto O'Rourke story on the screen when the guy literally said he wanted to run over children? He had a fantasy of running over, killing children. And then he had a hit and run. I mean, well, it was in the bathroom, yeah, but I mean, do you think the guy was hitting? Do you think Beto was hitting on the guy? Like for a quickie or something? You may have a point, Scissor Fight. Beto was coming on to a guy in a bathroom. Wow. That really is an important story. Thank you. I didn't even realize that. I didn't even think to say, "I have a wide stance," like Senator Ted Craig said. "I have a wide stance." Yeah, sure, Ted. Sure you have a wide stance. I don't think so. That's a common misnomer. People claim to have a wide stance in bathrooms when they're making a big move. Sarah is here to give me a little break. I am going to step out. We've had an enormous number of people with problems in their way of thinking tonight. I think everyone's kind of confused. It takes a lot of clarity to understand what's happening in America right now. And a lot of people are upset with my attempt to call this total collusion that's been happening under the control of the people that paid for Donald Trump to become our president, the Russian oligarchs. Yeah. Well, you people who don't have any clue, I feel sorry for you, because you're living under an illusion that somehow Trump's going to stop the deep state. Trump is owned by the deep state. But there is a place for all of you Trump supporters. Pasture. Okay, we're going to have a show tonight, The Terrifying Truth About Avocados. I'm interested in hearing that. I'm always interested in knowing more about avocados. Sarah's here for tonight. Thank you. I'm going to remove the fence from the back. People got the message a while back. We probably won't see a fence built because Trump wants to charge too much for his, but that's fine. All right, thank you.
Thanks, David. All right, enjoy your dinner. Thanks for making it earlier for me.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I really appreciate it.
Good.
It was good.
Good.
I hope you guys are all having a great night. I feel like my hair is really poofed out, but oh well. You spell it avocado. Yeah, it's been a good evening. Government hard at work. What is that? Picture of scissor fight. Let's see. Oh, that's pretty hilarious. See, monkeys can use tools. All right. Yeah. Oh, True Blue, I thought you were going to go do something. Oh, you're going to go to the Apple store. Are you going to the Apple store tonight? Tomorrow? Are you? I don't know. I was confused, maybe. Anyway. Moving on. Oh, okay. Thanks for explaining that, War Games. I was just cleaning out my purse and still listening to the KonMari thing. I haven't started on my classroom. I just stayed up to tidying my classroom just enough to get through the next day. I really need to go through my files, my paperwork files. She says, get rid of all papers. And I'm like, papers and books are what school is all about. I don't know if I can get rid of all papers, but maybe I can move toward that. Maybe. I'll scan in the papers that I feel are important. You're late to the game of mobile. You have a PC though, Zelfire? That's good. I use my PC most of the time, but I have been getting into using my phone more often, especially... Oh yeah, that's pretty funny. Scissor fight. I don't let my students color very often. It's more like, yeah, maybe 1% of the time they might get to color, and that's a little might. Yeah, I feel like I have too much to do besides coloring. There was this article that had a big impact on me at the beginning of the year. It was called The Crayola Curriculum, and it's not about how to use crayons for curriculum. It's about how basically a lot of teachers complain that their kids are having difficulty reading, and yet oftentimes they let them color in the classroom, and it's like, well, why aren't you having them write in the classroom or work on their spelling words or read? So rather than coloring and cutting and pasting and gluing, I don't do any of that. I did do some cutting and pasting gluing when it was like, glue these vocabulary words in and then read them. But yeah. You like the Amazon Echo app on your phone, great for music while working outside. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I have been using this Libby app where I can check out audiobooks from my local library with my library card. And then I listen to the audiobooks. I like to do that on the way to school and back, but it doesn't always work. Help us, it's almost spring, Maxed Out Credit says. You gotta bring Sarah your MacBook Pro time capsule dongle adapters. Oh. Oh. Yeah, True Blue. Maybe you will get a... Aw, that's so cute. Melting snowmen. When they're melting, they look like those ghost things. Melting face. It's called Libby, Libby, but check your local public library and ask them what app they use. But yeah, actually Libby is connected to a whole bunch of public libraries, so it's Libby, and then you load that, and then you can go to your and then you can search for your local library, or go to your local library's website and then look for the word audiobooks, and then you can see what app they recommend. You know the drill. Top students will all what? Read Jane M. What? They will be an engineer or work at a craft retail. Maybe. Oh, Libby you thought was short for liberal. It's... Or say audiobooks. Darn Google. Yeah. I know there's lots of audiobooks out there. I do. I like, but I like this one. Well, here's the thing, Maxed Out Credit. Besides asking them to read and or write for 20 minutes, for 100 minutes a week, which works out to about 20 minutes per weeknight, that's it. They have spelling words. They can use that time to either spell words or read or write about what they read. That's the homework I require. Others have a stack of math and homework, and because to me, I will let kids be kids when they're at home. When I have them in my time with them, I'm a valuable resource, and my time with them is all about helping them academically. But I am getting better about, I was like, ooh, some of these kids are need some extra help. So I was like, I'm going to give you that extra help during your recess time. And now I'm like, you know what? Go enjoy your recess time. It's spring. Be outside. Many parents don't realize immigrant kids go to school on Sunday and during the summer. And then sometimes there's like migrant schools at night. There's a Raspberry Pi version of Echo and Google Assistant are great. Yeah, David doesn't like any of those smart speakers. They usually have done 1 year ahead. Wow, that's good. Oh, it lets you use both of those from one device. Very cool. That's a good thing. They're given homework to catch up. That's very good. My friend was telling me about how when she was pregnant, her children are grown up, but how she used to work at a migrant school, and I think it might have been in Chicago or Illinois or something. But how basically she was teaching out of a school bus. The school district she taught for would take a school bus and drop it near a migrant camp, and then she would be teaching out of that school bus. Oh, interesting. War games. Make me one, Gunther says. Oh, I don't have those Amazon Bluetooth headphones, but David's always talking about them. That they transmit through your head. But I don't think Bluetooth does work like that. I think they both have receivers on them. But David insists that that's how that some of them work. Bluetooth works on your teeth, the bacteria from your teeth decaying. Blue teeth. Okay, maxed out credit, work part-time at immigration in Quebec. Some parents of immigrants would rent offices on the weekends and teach math and science. Wow. Would any of the Canadians take the math and science courses from the immigrants, or it would just be for the immigrant children all take the extra math and science? And so that's why they're so ahead in math and science, is because they have them doing more work. Chinese and Korean usually, not Japanese. Anyway, it's all interesting. And during the summer, they would do the math and science curriculum for the upcoming year. Wow, so that's why they were always ahead. MIT's alter ego headset can read words you say in your head. When you think a sentence in your head, your brain sends signals to your mouth and jaw. MIT Media Lab's headset can read those signals. Wow. There's a mind-reading headset, probably that same one. Alter ego. Other ones, IFL Science, headphones transmit sound into your skull. Bone conducting technology. It was developed in the 1970s. It's a method of audio transmission that funnels sound waves to the inner ear via bones in the skull. Yeah. Oh, that's what it's using, dropping 100 pounds? That's funny. Our wireless, this is from DefenderShield.com. Subscribe and get instant access to our EMF Beginner's Guide. Top 10 ways to protect yourself from EMF radiation, as well as exclusive offers you won't find anywhere else. Our wireless Bluetooth headphones safe. Healthy alternatives include EMF-free air tube headsets. Apple's has AirPods. They're truly wireless, unlike other headphones that have a short wire connecting the earbuds. Bluetooth is a form of radio frequency radiation that works by sending data through the air over short distances. Most wireless Bluetooth headphones are Class 2, which can emit energy up to 33 feet. Radio frequencies are low energy radiation emissions, and recent research has made it clear radio frequency radiation emitted by cell phones and mobile devices have a multitude of biological effects ranging from DNA fragmentation to neurological damage. Bluetooth operates at lower intensities than cellular signals. Thank you. You used to live close to a new sushi bar and you never got tired of the sushi. It was always good. Nice. Wait, what is Penguin talking about? Some people sound out what they read, wonder what they do when you read. They're supposed to track. Yes, I agree with war games. You have AM, FM, Doppler, and TV transmissions at a greater intensity passing through all the time. Probably not Evil Dance to Good. Okay. You can use traditional wired headphones or have EMF electrical signal to an acoustic signal convert the EMF electrical signal to an acoustic signal with air tube headphones. Air tube headphones, wow. No one watched Bullwinkle anymore. I think they still do Scooby-Doo. Yeah, it was the first day back from spring break. Thank you for remembering. Yeah, even though Easter's not till April 21st, it was, yeah, it was a good day. Students were pretty good. At least mine were. But we went over the rules and the expectations, and came in strong, and that's so funny, maxed out credit. I love that Easter thing. Anyway, it was a good day. I was like, though, gung-ho. I was like thinking I was gonna go in and maybe start doing some KonMari in my classroom and organizing and things, and I just barely have the energy just to stay on top of what I needed to teach today, and I taught most of it, but not everything. And then well, that will be good. To Evil Dance to good. You want to see me in paradise, okay. And then yeah, just basically I got through what I had to get through, and then it was like, I took some papers home to grade, which I will be grading after David comes back in. I still didn't get to grading those. I might get some sleep. I will probably get some sleep tonight. My goal is to grade some papers, put them in the grade book, and then go to sleep. Yes, I do believe. I believe. Yes, good. Sleep is a good way to fix your brain, work everything out. And I was up late last night. I was like, ooh, last night before spring break's over. I had a really good day yesterday. It was different than we planned, but it worked out really well. Like, I saw one of my best friends. And I didn't even plan. Like, I didn't wake up thinking, oh, I'm going to go. I didn't make pre-arrangements with her. It just ended up that we were up in her neck of the woods, and I didn't even call her to say I'm up in your neck of the woods. She called me, and we ended up like meeting for coffee. David and she and I all met for coffee, or actually not even coffee, but just to sit and talk for a while. What's the lowest score I had to hand out? Was it a boy, and how did he take it? It was... Yeah, I've handed out some low grades, and there were definitely boys and girls that get some low grades. But I treat grades when I hand back papers. Like today, I gave them back a test that they took before spring break, and we went over it. Like, I had graded the papers already, but I said we're going to go over the paper together so that they can learn from their mistakes. And every time that happens, like, I always call over the kids that make mistakes, and to me, mistakes are really learning opportunities. Have you ever heard of that? Well, you know, in the movies, they always say, take 1, take 3, take 432. You know, they just keep going until they get it right, till they get the right shot that they want. And that's kind of how I treat learning. And then the grade book, though, it is like, I used to have to do A, B, C, D, but now that I'm in a lower grade level, they call it OSPN. O is outstanding, and that's more like if you're working at the next highest grade. S is satisfactory if you've got all what you need for that grade level. P is progressing, like you're doing what you're supposed to do and you keep moving forward. And then N is needs improvement. And I really like that because it's better than N is way better, needs improvement is way better in my mind than an F, even though technically that's what ends up happening is if it's a 60% or which would be an F or, you know, less than 60%, then it's more like, hey, they need to improve and let's work on what's the next thing you need to work on learning. Yeah, I mean, really, and I love the idea of there's this teacher that really inspired me. It was, she highlights, instead of putting a grade, she never puts like the percent on their paper. I still do sometimes, but she doesn't put any percent on their paper, and sometimes I tried not to, but she'll just go through and highlight or circle mistakes. I do that, or I circle where they can focus on and where they made a mistake. And that way they don't, because if you see a percentage or an A, B, C, D, F on your paper automatically, then you just like focused on the grade and you don't look at the paper to see what you got right, what you got wrong, and what you need to focus on and how you can make it better. Yeah, it's really because isn't learning is a work in progress. And that's why I also love like the growth mindset videos, and I tell students, if people were born perfect, I would not have a job. Schools would not exist. People aren't born smart. Being smart is about persevering and continuing to put forward effort no matter what. Yeah, learning the tools in order to be able to solve problems. Yeah, when you got a bad grade paper, you tore up the bad grade instead of like looking at the paper and asking like, how can I make this better? I used to love TED Talks too. I still do love some TED Talks. I mean, some of them have really inspired me, like that Simon Sinek, Start With Why. Yeah. And that's why when I saw that, I think it was probably 2 years ago. It wasn't last summer. It was the summer before I saw that thing about highlighting mistakes. And that's been my grading practice and policy pretty much since then. Sometimes I still do put a percentage on, or like a fraction on the paper, but I don't know if the kids know what that means, because I go through and we talk about what they got wrong and fixing it. David knows he was born smart. David, like, people think that they are born a certain way, and there are certain people that have proclivities for giftedness. Their brain just thinks differently. But really, ironically, there's some people that were born gifted or born and put into gifted programs, and they might not be as successful in life. In fact, the guy who is considered one of the guys who's considered to have one of the highest IQs, like, lives on a farm and isn't very financially successful. No. It all depends on how you rate success, but he's not
making money. I mean,
yeah,
people don't capitalize on intelligence per se. That's just a misnomer. Thank you so much. But Sarah, your hair is wild. That's something else.
I know, it's a little frizzy, I guess.
No, I think it's great. It just has its own, it's just amazing how hair can be thin and wide at the same.
Well, my hair's not thin.
No, it's thick. You have fairly, but your other family members have thicker hair, I think. You have beautiful hair. Wow. People would love to. Oh, I'm there, yeah. Thank you. You felt so degraded in school in grade school, degraded in grade school for failing graded papers, called me egghead, dummy, stupid. Yeah.
And you have to have a different self-talk too. Like, I had one student, he got one thing wrong where I said, I don't really like the way you did that problem. I want you to fix it. He's like, you know, and it's just
upset,
like,
really.
yes. And then when he's when people are that upset, their brain is not primed for learning, and they're not ready to learn from their opportunities. So, yeah.
Max just found out a friend of his for 43 years has only got 4 years left to live from what is called Lewy body dementia, which is Robin Williams had it.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Okay.
Thanks, Sarah. Thanks for giving everybody a little private,
I was just
one-on-one.
telling him how I try not to put a grade on papers like A, B, C, D, F, or even OSPN, which is outstanding, satisfactory, progressing, needs improvement. I try not to focus on grades. Instead, I circle mistakes or highlight mistakes, and so that kids can look at what they got wrong and try to fix it, and then they can bring it back to me, and I'm like, now you got it right, and give them a star after that.
Yeah, I mean,
so it's all about improvement.
It is about individual improvement, and stigmatization is constant, and people don't want to be stigmatized, the dummy in the class. You know, they want to be told, hey, how can I fix this?
Yeah.
What can I do each individual problem? How can I make it better?
We're about learning. Yeah.
Yeah.
All about learning.
Well, sleep well.
Thank
Enjoy.
you. Yeah, I've got a little bit of grading to do.
Okay.
I went through my purses. That was my last thing to clean.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I didn't find my stamps. They're either
Really?
in my car or
Huh.
or I gave them.
Your wallet? I remember you putting them in your wallet. With the money. Maybe they're in there.
I'll check one more time, but I think I might have used them already.
Wow. I don't think so. I remember you bought a full $11 worth of stamps.
Or they're in my purse.
And you didn't use them.
I mean, or they're in my car, like in the center
Right.
area. They could be in there, but I didn't see them. I looked the other day.
Don't worry about it.
So I'm not
It's only $11. Oh, come on, Xenu. His incel suffering is too much. I'm going to give him a 5-minute timeout. But a rhino poacher killed by elephant, eaten by lions in Kruger National Park, South Africa. Wow. You're looking at Defender shields against electromagnetic frequencies. We were deciding whether wireless Bluetooths are safe. Are wireless Bluetooth headphones safe? Healthy alternatives include EMF free AirTube headsets. Ooh. Okay, AirTube. Okay, AirTubes. I don't even know what AirTubes are. I mean, this is a bit over my pay grade here. Yeah, I'm just going to use wired. Thank you. All right. Now, we found out that Beto was hitting on this young man in a bathroom. Yeah, this article is really weird. Iowa City Press Citizen talks about this young man who was in the bathroom, and he was approached by Beto in the bathroom like, hey, buddy. Guys don't approach each other in the toilet, by the way, unless you're gay. And Scissorfight brought this up. You don't have to cam up. It's okay. Oh, a black fedora with a white rim band would go well. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, check this article out. This is amazing. Yeah, you weren't in earlier, but Max, you're here. Penguin. There's a huge fire in South Korea that broke out shortly after they introduced 5G. I did not know that. Well, I didn't know. This is the first I've ever heard about it. A fire when they tried to implement 5G in South Korea. Wow. Well, anyway, photos of Beto speaking in the town hall. It's just weird the way it turned out. I was in the bathroom minding my own business. I was washing my hands, said Matthew Rowland, a University of Iowa student, and this guy asked me how it was going, and I said, good. How's it going? Going for some small talk. How's it going? guys rarely ever talk to each other in the bathroom. So why was Beto asking him, how you doing? And Roland said, are you here to see Beto? And he said, and Beto looked up at him with a grin and said, that's me. Oh. Whew. Going to bed, good night. Sleep well, Bengalitis. Yeah, I don't blame you, ladies and guys. Not you're a dude. I don't blame you for wanting to go to bed right now. But Russ never sleeps. Why would I? We have some solid evidence of fakery going on here. I'm bringing this up because it's part of my new Media Verification Alliance program, where we talk about things that just don't make sense. The only actual open casket of anybody who's died in 50 different terrorist attacks, none of them had open casket burials except for this one man, the pastor at Charleston Church in 2015. And it turned out it was a wax dummy. And that's not the weird part, is that every single article about it has been scrubbed off the internet, and this is the only thing left is just this thumbnail. That's it. Yeah, so I thought I'd bring that up. That's all I have to do for Conspiracy Monday. Now I can go back to our regular scheduled broadcasting. Yeah, we can look at Craigslist. You want to look at Craigslist for fun stuff to get for free or something? Yeah, because we don't need to talk about conspiracies. It's obvious we're completely under their control, and we are here to do whatever they say. Your wish is my command, sire. JFK was the one guy who was among the elitists that could have stopped these people, but the people who got him killed are still in power in America. And until and unless those people are imprisoned, America will never, ever be free. Isn't that something? You want to look at Zillow? Okay. Yeah, so we're just going to do some mindless stuff to just kind of keep our mind active so that we don't, turn into gelatin. We'll do the 9/11 truth tomorrow night. That's Truth Tuesday. I don't want to waste your time talking about, how the Mossad may have been involved in 9/11 tonight. That would just, kind of crowd your brain with stuff to think about. We realize you're dealing with heavy fluoridation in your water system, and it's hard to understand my words.
Worst wildfire South Korea's seen in years. The massive fire that broke. It's Monday, April 8th here in Seoul. I'm Ojin Shu, and you're watching Korea Now. Our starting point today is the worst wildfire South Korea's seen in years. The massive fire that broke out in the mountainous province of Gangwon-do last week has been extinguished, but the damage it caused has left locals in despair. According to government data on Sunday, more than 400 homes and 920 livestock facilities were confirmed destroyed in the devastating forest fire that ripped through the country's eastern coast. The fire, which started Thursday night in the county of Gosong, about 160 kilometers northeast of Seoul, spread quickly to 4 other neighboring cities and counties, turning forests about 742 times the size of a soccer field into ashes. 1 person was killed in the fire, while some 4,000 residents were forced to flee their homes. Wildfires are not uncommon in the region during the dry spring season, but this time, fanned by strong winds, the blaze spread even to populated areas, increasing the size of the disaster. Responding to the crisis, President Moon Jae-in has designated the affected areas as a special disaster zone on Saturday. 5 cities and counties in Gangwon-do province, the counties of Gosong and Inje, as well as the cities of Sokcho, Gangneung, and Donghae are now subject to the designation, according to the presidential office of Cheongwon-dae. The move will expedite disaster relief efforts, as it will allow the government to spend state money on stabilizing the livelihoods of the residents there and support damage recovery. And it's not just the government, but a lot of companies, celebrities, and even ordinary volunteers are reaching out to help those in need of support in the blazed areas. Relief funds raised so far nationwide amount to 10 million won, or some $8.8 million. Korean Air Chairman Cho Yang-woo has died early Monday at the age of 70, less than 3 weeks after he was.
This is mesmerizing. I've been mesmerized by everything she said. I feel like I'm changed into another person, maybe even my favorite Martian. Yes. Got a similar face indeed. It's kind of ironic, actually. Okay, so what do you say we talk about something other than that boring, mindless? Let's talk about your incel suffering and the killer fungal infection affecting the immune systems across the globe, which is probably just chemtrails in the sky. You know what I'm talking about? Of course you don't. You're still emerging from your consciousness. Have no fear. Your brain is near. Stealth disease, killer fungal infection that's immune to drugs is sweeping the globe, experts say. You know, I'm a little bit freaked out by this. I'm having a hard time with it. Oh my gosh, we had another browser open. Okay. Okay, aftermath of massive forest fire. That was just mesmerizing. I was watching the South Korean news service, and she talked with kind of a southern drawl. It was kind of unusual. Very weird. Okay, let's talk about your incel suffering. The first thing you need to do is start getting comedies at your local Redbox and learning to embrace your status as an incel, and laugh. Learn to laugh at yourself. There are a lot of incels out there, involuntarily celibate people that can't get off anymore because they have sex pics of their penis out there on the internet, and it kind of bums them out when they want to get excited. So no more erections for Mr. Bezos. Yeah, poor guy can't. He's probably popping Cialis and the Viagra in his mouth every few minutes. Pinos Bezos. Yes, sisas. Tommy Chong, driving stoned. You got that? Really?
And driving. Everybody's worried about driving when you're stoned. No. Not going to hurt anybody going 5 miles an hour. No.
I don't in any way condone driving while you're stoned, okay? But we will play this video later tonight. I did play Mr. Right already. We're now drifting into playing Mr. Wrong. Please stop spamming. You will be muted every time. This is a requirement of our show, that we limit your spamming attack on our show. Please refrain from spam attacks. It is completely illogical. They won't find my spaceship. Trying to get the ear right. It's hard to find the ear in this picture. He had big ears. He had big ears. But somewhere in that ear is a person, a real person, deep down, not just a Martian. Whatever. France, church, arson, attacks, vandalism, Christian heritage. I'd rather talk about Nixivium and the cult, the sex cult. But okay. I'll tell you, I got no respect. Thugs set fire to churches and smear poo on walls amid warnings France's Christian heritage is under attack from militant secularism. Well, there was a lot of talk about, even Amnesty International is not even noting that Muslim rapes are increasing among Scandinavian countries. On here, everyone's facing the rash of Muslim grooming camps where they groom children to be manipulated with Sharia law. And all of our Western nations are supposed to just sit back and watch this New World Order force this crap upon us. Well, I side more with Tommy Robinson on that one. And the fictitious character known as Tommy Robinson in Ireland, I believe, or in England, Ireland, England. Thank you. And now a word from black queer femme activist. What? Black queer femme activist leaves blood in men's toilets to own the patriarchy. Wow. Oh my gosh, a woman who describes herself as a black queer femme activist left a drop of blood in men's toilets as a reminder that any gender can get their period and use whatever bathroom they want. Wow. You know, thank you so much for that link. I don't think I'd ever have a real solid black queer femme activist position in our show. Yeah, that was wild. I never read anything quite like that. Well, some people are beginning to feel the pinch of Easter. And if you're suffering from this mental problem of being half-eaten, one part of you says, my arse hurts, and the other says, what? And they just can't think because his head's been beaten off. Very, very sad tragedy of the hollow chocolate bunny rabbit story. I'm cleaning up links here. You'll have to excuse me. California wants to tax soda, tires, guns, water, pain pills, lawyers, car batteries, and the list goes on and on. The Democrats, the tax and spend Democrats are at it again. It's unbelievable. A bill that would authorize San Francisco to turn its crooked Lombard Street tourist attraction after so many movie appearances into a toll road, maybe even requiring reservations to go down Lombardy Street. There's a whole bunch of taxing ideas in the Capitol, new tires, firearms, anything will be taxed. Oh, in the Capitol, not the new Capitol. Obviously, Sacramento is the capital. The California Tax Foundation has counted more than $6.2 billion worth of tax increases proposals in the democratically led legislature. Can you believe this? Well, they're $480 billion in debt? At least. Shut up. You leave chocolate eggs in the restrooms as a radical male patriarchal move. Yeah. Well, I'm sure this is going to have a reverberating effect, and there'll be men's condoms in bathrooms, you know, on the floor or something. I'm sure that's coming in the women's bathrooms. It's just this constant gender war. It's terrible. We're all hating each other. Men versus women versus transgenders versus everything. And then you've got racial conflict being fomented left and right, and we're all just deep down human. None, whatever you want to call it. Gang stalking is on the rise. California reports organized crime, stalking in droves to local TV news and outlets beyond. I know, you can't imagine not being able to use a ladies' bathroom even if you are a man, right? You're wondering why your male rights are being taken away. We saw Ocasio-Cortez a couple days ago pretending to be black. That was interesting. There's a groundbreaking bill proposal that explicitly outlaws covert organized torture via organized stalking and electronic weapons is being looked at by the same Democratic legislators I was just talking about. Well, that's good. Wildly out of control organized stalking epidemics are in California. These accounts that have been broadcast to millions of viewers, both traditional news and online broadcast platforms, somehow have largely been ignored. Organized Torture Act. People are being stalked electronically. Wow, okay. This is kind of new to me. I've never seen that happen, except I've been doxxed, stalked, swatted, you name it. I did pretend to be black long enough to be the president. Yeah, I was pretending to be Barack Obama, and I created a character called Broke Insane Obamas, as opposed to Barack Hussein Obama. Oh, there's video? Okay. All right, let's do the gang stalking thing, man. All right. Why would I deny it? I was trying to impersonate a New World Order puppet president named Barack Obama, who was a CIA agent working, a homosexual CIA agent working for the Illuminati. Why would I want to hide that? They aren't the best donuts, but Day-Ite Donuts is a very good donut store. Day-Ite. Day-Ite. Okay. And here it is, video of AOC being a complete idiot.
So apparently, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez thinks she's black.
The fight's been long, y'all. This is what organizing looks like.
Now that's what I'm talking about, baby. Ocasio laid it all, babe. You know, I think she's trying new techniques to reach out to people with her similar IQ. Not that black people have low IQs, which we know that's not true. But let's face it, you know, there are a higher number of white people with a higher IQ. That's a fact. 31% higher, actually. But we're not going to, you know, mince words here. I just think talking down to whoever y'all talking to is all cool, you know. It's all cool. It's what I don't believe anything that the British faggot says or reports. He's disgusting, like a little Alex Jones faggot fascist. Who are you referring to? Tucker Carlson? You're really pissed off with that guy, Gunter. Gunter's having a personal anger moment with one of the daily one of the daily talk show hosts that he's getting his anger from. He's reacting to the news. Well, I will definitely play this in tonight's show. All right. It's kind of uplifting to see somebody laugh at all of us for being stupid, you know? Yep, we talked about that. And okay, here's the killer fungal disease that everyone doesn't want to get.
The threat of an infection by Candida auris is still relatively low. However, the World Health Organization and indeed the Center for Disease Control over in the USA has indicated that potentially it could become a worldwide pandemic. This is because Candida auris is the first member of the Candida family that appears to be able to live within the bloodstream of the protein itself. And it shows you
You know, something tells me that they're genetically modifying.
what the protein looks.
I could barely hear it myself, so I'm not going to play this video for you. It occurred to me that they're genetically modifying and protein synthesizing these genes, these bacteria, to do this. You know, you got to wonder, since 1997, they've been using protein synthesizers to adapt and adjust all genetic gene pools of vaccines, for instance, for bacteria or viruses. Okay, hold on. We've got another link here from Max. Yeah, I just don't think that's a serious thing to worry about. I think it's more like a scare tactic. If anything, they're using chemtrails to dumb down our immune system. Ilhan Omar blasted for smearing Jewish Trump administration official. Wow. See, this anti-Semitism coming out of the Democrats. Beto, too. Yep. Claiming that Miller, who's Jewish, was a white nationalist. She smeared senior advisor to the president, Stephen Miller. Wow. Who is Jewish, yeah.
From this Benjamin, it's not about the Benjamins.
Democratic Representative Ilhan Omar has fired back at the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, after he criticized her for past remarks suggesting that the reason Israel is solidly supported by the U.S. government is because of money, reports NBC News. Omar tweeted to Netanyahu Tuesday, this from a man facing indictments for bribery and other crimes in 3 separate public corruption affairs. Next. Earlier, Netanyahu said during a speech,
From this Benjamin, it's not about the Benjamins. The reason the people of America is not because they want our money. It's because they share our values. They just don't get it. It's because America and Israel share a love of freedom and democracy. It's because we cherish individual rights and the rule of law. We don't judge people by the color of their skin, their religion, or their sexual orientation. I'm proud of Israel's vibrant democracy, where no one is a second-class citizen.
Oh, come on, really? I mean, that's about the biggest crock of crap I've ever heard anybody spew. When he's got an apartheid state of Israel that's literally treating people who step out of line with a bullet in their head, killed 61 innocent Palestinian youth in a recent raid, and he's standing around pretending like he's the bastion of democracy and freedom. I'm sorry, but I scream hypocrite on that one. Yeah, and as far as Omar is concerned, she can spout off about AIPAC all she wants. Just don't hate Jewish people. And same with you, Beto. We don't like anti-Semitism here. But anti-Zionism? Yeah, definitely. Feel free. Open up. Know the difference between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. We can stop the Zionist takeover of our world. We could build a third party and stop it because it's already infested the two parties. Yeah, Beto is really risking it because if he turns against AIPAC, he won't get any funding to go forward. Yeah, he's kind of creepy. I mean, when he walked up to that guy in the bathroom and hit on him, that's just wild, man. I mean, what's with these people? The world in 2025. A projection. You're traveling through another dimension. Wow. I'm sorry, but if I play longer than 24 seconds of this, they'll kick me off the internet. Oh well. It'll be good though. I'll play it later. It seems like he was hitting on a young man in the bathroom. Yeah, we found that out just from an eyewitness testimonial. Yeah, so apparently wanting to run over children and murder them in his earlier writings when he was involved in a hacker organization, and then nearly killing somebody, a bunch of people on the highway heading on into the oncoming traffic and trying to flee from the scene of the crime with a .134 alcohol level. I mean, Beto's got some serious issues. And for him to marry into $12 billion money, it shows me what kind of a character he has, that's for sure. I don't know, he was reaching over and trying to, talk to a guy in the bathroom. Guys never talk to guys in bathrooms, unless you know the guy. It's like, sure, if you know the guy, but generally people who introduce themselves in males' bathrooms are hitting on the guy, like, wanting to, get into a silly conversation. The only person ever contacted me in a bathroom, verbally, is I was driving across country when I was 17 years old, and I was on my first leg of a 3-day trip in which I literally drove without sleep. Don't ever do that, by the way. It's very dangerous. I was young and foolish and willing to, just drive. But anyway, it certainly wasn't endangering others that much, but I was kind of burnt out from a real bad situation. I broke up with a girlfriend on the East Coast, and I was on my first leg, and I landed in a Holiday Inn in Louisville, Kentucky. 3 a.m. It's like I was falling asleep. I was like, okay, I'm gonna check out. And so I went into this bathroom to splash some water on my face, and 2 guys walk right up to me. It's like, so are you at the convention too? And it was like so weird. These guys, all of them were at a gay pride convention. I had landed on a gay pride convention at 3:30 in the morning. 17 years old with my pickup literally outside, raring to go, and I just got back in that pickup and took off, and I kept driving till I got to Vegas. It was like so freaky. Yeah. Oh, they would have invited me anywhere. I mean, I was like meat in their eyes. Young 17-year-old heterosexual man. Young man. Yeah, I was like gay meat in their mind. They see people who are heterosexual as a predator would see its prey. They're really messed up. That's why I'm not embracing the LGBTQ community. Many of them are predators. Oh, yeah. You had a guy ask you for change for the condom machine, and you just ran as fast as you could out of there. Yeah, exactly. And if somebody asks you for a roll of toilet paper, don't respond. Just get up and leave the stall and never come back. I have a wide stance. Unbelievable. Well, it's good. World in 2025, or the dystopian future picture of how this globe is going to be if we continue on this destructive path. And I'm so tired of this charlatan Bernie pretending like he's going to help people. It's just they're trying to push this guy on us, and he doesn't have any clue as to how to fund any of his programs. But he's making more money than most of his rivals in donations. But the problem is, Bernie's all talk, no action. As a senator, he's done next to nothing. Yes, Chris Hansen to catch a homosexual. Let's see if we can do a Chris Hansen show. I'm Chris Hansen of Dateline NBC. I'm looking at the chat logs. I'm looking at the chat logs of your current show, David. And we're checking to see if any of you are in fact gay. If you're in New Jersey or California, and you happen to be gay, are you in fact trying to hit on people in this chat room? We will not scare you straight to meet and comply with state law. I'm looking at the chat log of perverted justice. Did you hear that this guy was actually, he was actually arrested for skipping on an $18,000 coffee mug deal. He wrote 2 bad checks for coffee mugs that he had ordered as promotions for $18,000, and he serves jail time for this. He got caught, yeah. Okay, you have the open borders. Well, you really added to the link load since you came on board, Max. You've been pretty big on links. I can't turn that down. I mean, I'm always interested in links, that's for sure. Bernie, open borders are incompatible with a welfare state. Well, it's good Bernie said something. Because I know that Beto is advocating pulling the fence down and opening the border. And in response to the charge that he advocated open borders, he said social programs could not be funded if America was overwhelmed with immigrants. Well, thank you. Finally, an intelligent thought out of a Democrat. Wow. Or what does he call himself, an independent? He just likes pretending to be Democrat.
If you were to have open borders in our society today, how would you deal with the social services connected with opening the borders, such as healthcare, medical care, and
who do you think is suggested in opening the borders?
Well, that you're an activist for opening for.
No, I'm not. I'm afraid you may be getting your information wrong. That is not my view.
Okay, I apologize. Thank you.
I think what we need is comprehensive immigration reform. That is not simply. You're quite right. If your point is you open the borders, my God, you know, there's a lot of poverty in this world, and you're going to have people from all over the world, and I don't think that's something that we can do at this point. Can't do it. So that is not my position.
Good. Well, at least not every Democrat wants to open borders. Geez, let's get some semblance of communication going here between the Trump-tards and the libtards. We are trying to navigate somewhere in the middle. Cell tower engineer is talking about the dangers of putting these things up. Now, somebody just told me that they recently shut down on the. There was a fire recently at a cell tower installation in South Korea. I'm not sure if that's true. But here's an engineer that drives a tank into towers after learning how dangerous they are.
The telco insider whose mobile phone tower protest went out of control is back. Now, he drove a tank down city streets, destroying transmitters to highlight what he saw as dangerous tower emissions. Now, of course, he was sent to jail for that, but the former technician hasn't changed his mind about the health effects of mobile phone towers, and he's preparing another protest. But as Laura Sparks reports, this one won't involve a tank.
The message was that how dangerous it was. I wasn't thinking clearly. I made some rash decisions, which I really regret.
But it was out of sheer frustration, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, the cell towers made him do it. He probably got the radiation from the cell towers caused his brain to malfunction, and he took a tank and blew it. That looks good. Yeah, he just one guy decided to raise the huge bar of awareness on cell tower with a tank. We do not condone the illegal use of tanks. Another guy did it in San Diego a few years back. He hijacked a tank at a National Guard depot. He looked like Russell Crowe, didn't he? Yeah. I don't know. Is Russell Crowe taking any more... Yeah. Al Sharpton, this is hilarious. Ben Garrison has a funny political cartoon. They placed him at the helm of the Democratic Party. Al Sharpton is taking... They have blessings, and he's offering his ring to kissing anyone. Ocasio, Kamala in line, Pocahontas, Elizabeth Warren, Booker, Bernie, and Beto, all reaching out to Al Sharpton to kiss his ring. That is a cartoon. What do you mean it should be? That is a cartoon. Here, let me give you the link to it. And then you can check it out on your own and look at it and stare at it while you stare into space. I like that cartoon. It's nice. It's a good one. Yeah. Talking super fast and getting a scammer to do the tongue twisters. Wow. This looks like fun. See how fast the person can talk.
And then he got all my passwords, and then got into my bank, and then took all my money.
Seashell by the seashore.
She sells seashells by the seashore.
Window key, which looks like
Internet Explorer. It's like in my task key, so now I've opened it, and there's like a window, and I can take it.
I get a kick out of this woman. She is funny. I just think the show is hilarious. We'll play that later tonight. I mean, I genuinely enjoy listening to her voices. Yeah, she's hilarious. Right on, man. You want her? Well, that's nice. I'm sure she's wanted. What new type of weapon is coming? Well, I don't know. I put my shades on so it blocks the light of this dangerous NASA test module. They're messing with the skies, and Max is here. She's got another view of the Azure rocket launch. What the hell are they doing? Yeah, look at this. They're saying outside of a spaceport in Norway that this is an experiment to release visible gases illuminating the aurora borealis, but these things are toxic as hell. And as we reported earlier, these things have a massive amount of chemicals in them. It's like they're dumping massive chemicals on our head and they don't even care. Hello. Yes, hello, Michael. Yes, what can I do for you? Wow, okay. No, okay, well, what's your name? Let me unban you. Oh, dude. No, that's okay, yeah. Okay, I appreciate you telling me. No, that's cool. I'm not even, it's just I didn't know what it was, and I was in a bad mood. So, HYDROGLOW. Yeah. 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 Oh, cool. Yeah. Okay.
All your viewers actually really want to see is you debate people.
Debate people. Yeah, I would like to
You're
debate.
with facts, and you can shut people down in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I'd like to debate people, and I really would, but unfortunately we haven't had any legitimate calls except your call in the past 4 years, Hydroglow. Is this your name, HYDRO? Let's see.
Oh, the Hydroglow, yeah. Capital. It's capital THE underscore capital H.
Okay, Hydro underscore
The Hydroglow, yeah.
GLOW?
GLO.
Yeah.
GLO. Capital GLO.
Okay. And there's no W at the end?
No.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, I'd love to debate people too, but we never get any serious calls except for you, so. But now you can come in the chat room. We can debate. Yeah, we never.
Probably on, well, that's the site you're on. I mean, Vaughn Live has a lot of, I don't know, a lot of people that are just kind of trolling people, you know what I mean? You have your solid base, which is great.
Yeah, well,
You definitely do, you know what I mean? You have your solid base, you're reaching a few hundred viewers each night, you know what I mean?
No, we're actually reaching hundreds of millions. And unfortunately, Bond has isolated us to just a few hundred. It's kind of sad, actually. But we had...
Well, I agree. I mean, I would love to see you expand more. I mean, I love your points of view on things. Like I said, I mean, so many times you get me thinking
Yeah.
about a lot of points of view that I even question, like stuff you see in the news. And I'm looking, I'm like, yeah, finally somebody else sees it the way I do,
Good. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, meow. You hear my cat in the background.
Yeah. Well, the alternate views presented here are really designed to give you a wide variety of questions, which you can't even hear in the mainstream media. So I don't mind talking about, a lot of these issues that are popping up with an alternative avant-garde approach to politics, because I think we need a fresh new look. We don't have that in the mainstream media. It's just not happening. But you're right. I should be debating more people legitimately. Yeah. I agree. Trump hires lawyers.
I'm what they call, I guess, a centrist voter. You know what I mean? I tend to think about what they're saying.
Yeah, I do
don't
too.
want to vote for a Republican or Democrat. I've switched back and forth, but
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking for centrist positions whenever I try to solve problems. I try to find a common ground, and that's not flip-flopping. That's just trying to find a common ground. And people confuse it with flip-flopping. Flip-flopping is when you say one thing and do the other, but centrism is really just seeking moderate positions that don't inflame the left or the right and make a solution possible. Yeah.
that's it. Yeah, it's about finding a solution. Yeah, that's why I admire what you do a lot of times. You question why are they doing things when they claim it's going to be good, and then turn around and it actually hurts people, When they're in position, the position they're in, and they're supposed to do good for people, it winds up being a personal venue for most people that are in office, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, a lot of these people just want to lie their way to the top, and then they get to the position where they get to, and then they never do anything. It's bizarre. They've got this incredible problem where they say, like Scaramucci just said, the guy that was fired after 10 days with Trump was fired. He said that Trump really enjoys lying. He enjoys it. It's fun. And he loves to have people talk about him all the time. So
my problem with Trump is he fires people that question him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's a real problem he's got. He doesn't take any criticism, and he's a complete failure at the immigration problem here. He's been bumbling it. He screwed up the trade relationship with China. We're still trying to piece together something of a deal, and he's doesn't make any sense. And he's making statements like his father was born in Germany over and over again when everyone knows his dad was born in New York City. It's crazy. He just loves to lie.
Yeah.
He loves to lie. It's a pathological lie.
He doesn't actually actually even need to lie about. You know, if you're going to do it for a reason, just state that reason. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, going to the store and lying to your girlfriend about it. Well, what are you doing? You're just going to the store. Why would you tell a straight story about what you're doing? You know, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, he really has gone off the deep end. Well, I'll let you go. Thank you for calling and raising that important issue. We'll eventually get to a debating stage, probably in 2027 or 2028. I'm anticipating 40 or 50 years from now. So I'm staying youthful along the process. I should be ready for the debate in about 20 years.
Oh, man, even if you just go to, like, town hall meetings and you hear people that are giving these ridiculous statements, this is what we should do, and you can stand up and go, no, here's a solution right here. And
Oh, I used to do that.
record it, and everybody will, like,
Oh, I used to do that. Oh, I did that all the time. I was kicked out of 4 or 5 meetings in my area. They literally,
I remember that.
they won't let me talk.
Spot
Yeah.
TV. I remember when you used to do that.
They won't let me talk in my local area. They try to, you know, call me names, and then they push me out of the room pretty much. So I don't talk locally anymore because they're just refusing to listen to reason. The Democrats in my area are spending so much money that they're recently awarded raises for teachers in our area, and now they're talking at the legislature in Olympia, Washington. They're saying they're going to have to shrink teachers' salaries by $5,000 apiece. It's like they don't even know what they're doing.
Either, no.
They have no idea what they're doing with money.
Gotta put more money in education.
Well, we do need more money in the education
Teachers
and
are
students.
really thin right now. I mean, I hear Sarah talking; she's a great teacher. But I mean, I hear about like what's going on. Like you said, they're spending like, and now even talking about making even more cuts. But it's like, man, I mean, they were spread so thin before. I mean, what are teachers expected to do in school right now? They're overwhelmed. You know.
You're in the
Right now, more money to
yeah.
put in education so they could expand it and just change the system that they have right now a little bit. That's all it needs is a little bit, but more money.
Yeah, well, I think the student to laptop relationship is right now it's 3 students to 1 laptop in some areas. And if we could have a 1-to-1 laptop opportunity for kids, because a lot of kids are learning on the laptops in school that can't access laptops at home. They may have a cell phone, but they don't have a laptop. So that's starting to change. We're getting more technology in for kids, but we're going to have to get them inspired
that's the problem
too.
that they have. It's required to have a laptop for school. I mean, why don't they provide the computers at school if that's what they're going to put forward as their agenda? You know, why do they require that at home? It's a public school.
Yeah, and that's the whole point. And a lot of the schools are really caught in the whole idea of buying software and then having it outdated the next 3 years later, and then being stuck with a relationship. Many schools have had a relationship with Microsoft, Google, and Amazon, and they don't even know which way to switch. And once they switch, it's millions of dollars they're going in either direction. When they need to start focusing on freeware, all the freeware they can get for schools to operate, so that we don't have to spend lots of money for licensing agreements, and that the apps that do work should be cost effective for the classroom. So we're going to see a evolution toward online learning, which is much more interactive for the kids to have more fun doing it, more like a video game. I think that's coming.
Yeah, if they actually, you know, there's a free site you can go on that gives you pretty in-depth descriptions of things. Many classes, many courses. If you go to Khan Academy, but anything that deals with Pearson right now, they've had a lot of discrepancies in their company. I would stay away from them, and unfortunately, they're the ones that are in control of a lot of the testing.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, in modern schooling right now, Pearson really controls that.
It does, and Pearson is run.
Multi-company. A lot of their testing is ineffective.
I know, very ineffective, and Pearson is known for errors in their curriculum, and they're also run by 2 Libyan Muslims who are pushing for the Common Core, and the Common Core is being driven by Muslim extremists who own Pearson publications. It's kind of weird. This is funny. Biden's cone of shame. Look at that. Yeah, anyway, Biden's cone of shame. So this will keep him from actually kissing and smelling women.
Joe Biden, you know, that's funny, because every time I see him on the news now, I think about you. I'm like, man, I start laughing. I'm like, Dave's known about this for years, you know? What's so new about it?
Yeah, we haven't seen the actual video. No one's played it in the mainstream media of him reaching down to a young 13-year-old girl and telling her that he was really horny, and that has not been played in the mainstream media. I wish they would play that. They don't want to derail his campaign, whatever's left of it. So, anyway, Anyway, good talking to you, Hybrid Glow.
I'll let you get back to your show, man.
Thank you. All right, have a good one. Take care.
All right. All
Bye-bye.
right. Well, thank you so much for talking to me, Dave.
You got it. Thank you.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, at least I know now that he was sincere, and he called me and locked in on 11 years of viewership, and I know he's been bobbing in here now and then, but we just bucked horns the other day, and all you have to do to get unbanned really is call me and explain that you're a real person, that you just want to. Sometimes I'll misread the dialogue that going in the class in the show. So we're going to take a look at Biden. Yeah, yowza. The Biden cone of shame. This is a story called Nano Weapons Kill a Woman in Plano, Texas. U.S. military injecting nanobots in your brain. This will be very interesting. We'll play this tonight in our show. Phoebe, VIP Phoebe. Great for money for teachers, but liberal teaching should be outlawed. Yeah, I really don't like the liberal approach to education, and I don't like top-down education. I think states should manage the education as the 10th Amendment depicts. We need to make sure that the states manage their own education. You know, the conservatives are losing equipment. Mostly they're frying the BIOS chips and stuff. I didn't know. Is it from excessive bodily fluids emitted from their keyboards? I have no idea what you're saying. David, I tried calling in several times in the past. When I did, some of your viewers started harassing me, and I said, sounded like a stoner. Well, Captain Honey, I'm sorry that, you know, everyone who calls in ends up getting harassed by somebody. It's unfortunate. All right. And you got something, CBS News? Dubai could jail a London woman for calling her ex-husband's new wife a horse on social media. So her new husband's wife, calling her ex-husband's new wife a horse. It's shamed the Sharia husband, and now the Sharia husband may very well have, could jail his ex-wife. Wow. Facing possible jail time in Dubai for calling her ex-husband's new wife a horse in Facebook. There's no free speech at all. Shavarashbi, 55, was arrested at Dubai's airport after arriving to attend her ex-husband's funeral. Now she's apparently facing prosecution over comments she posted to Facebook's. So the guy dies. She made a comment about his next wife being a horse, and now she goes to jail. What a nightmare. I like listening to Jeff Bezos' laugh. It's a laugh of disregard for all of humanity. It's so mindless. It's like, it's just so, it's empty, you know? Like he could care less about anybody but himself. Now that he got the 75-25 split with his wife. Yes, we just saw a picture of the cone of shame. There's a close-up of it. Thank you. I made a copy of the other one. Ban Facebook. Yeah, there you go. If only we could get to the bottom of who really runs these organizations. YouTube owns half of Facebook. Or not YouTube, but Google. Google they own 50% of Facebook, presiding shares. And the group that runs Google is actually a government operation called In-Q-Tel. The government prints up money out of thin air. So they're able to print up any money they need to buy up our social networks. So that's how they picked up Google. And Google picked up Facebook. Facebook has an automatic buy of $100 million worth of advertisements from Google every single year by order of their original formation. So Google simply bought up the company that buys their advertising. So the money's looped back into their pocket. That's how they operate, these big corporations. It's all basically a house of cards. They're ad companies, but there's no way they make enough to justify the revenue of investment, that's capital that's gone into them. Yeah, that's nice. I don't really want to do the man bun. It was many years ago, but they're still profiting from it, and their profits are no more than $5 billion a year in ad revenue. Either Google or Facebook. Facebook's less. They share our information, but they sell it. Yeah, they sell our information, Phoebe, you're right. That's what happened with Cambridge Analytica. And it's an ongoing problem across the country for all of our privacy, for this continue to affect all of our, end result. Many of us are suffering from identity theft issues, gang stalking. Yeah, the view count goes up in our show. Whenever we get featured on iVlog, kind of the herd watches us and then they move on to the next guy. But I like the way iVlog rotates people through, which is decent. Dave, when you take off Sunday from casting on Vaughn and come back on Monday, why does it seem like you've been gone 3 days instead of 1? I don't know. It's like more and more BS news is coming out of the Trump administration than ever before. He's just a factory of BS. He loves to make up stories and piss people off. And I think we've seen 3 or 4 days worth of news in 1 or 2 days with Trump. That's why it seems like a longer time. Hollywood is at it again, yep. Smallville actress Allison Mack pled guilty to charges in the sex slave cult. It's just nice to put her picture on the screen and, get some free time looking at her nice face. They say she could spend up to 15 years in jail. I'm sure she'll come out most likely liking women. That's usually what happens. Well, I cannot possibly imagine what other punishment we could have for all these people. They were involved in sex trafficking and child abduction, child sex trafficking, pornography, all kinds of things. I just don't know when this the kingpin of the organization is going to be arrested. Okay, in Verizon 5G City, reviewers are having trouble even finding a signal. Something's not right with the 5G network. It's rolled out too fast. There's no scientific studies done on its efficacy. And reviewers are struggling to locate the signal. And I don't know if you were aware, but most of our Wi-Fi connectors that we have in our house, our hubs, our Wi-Fi points, are actually 5G. They're already 5G rated. So they've already been preparing this for about 5 to 7 years. Verizon launched its mobile 5G network last week in selected areas of Minneapolis and in Chicago, and a speed test shared by a Verizon spokesperson showed an impressive download speed of 762 megabytes per second. That's huge. But the single speed test displayed by Verizon was conducted near a tower with a clear line of sight to the tower. Actually finding a 5G signal elsewhere in Verizon's launch area is much more difficult. So you go outside of the range, you don't have that speed. What they're finding with the 5G network is they have to put some sort of a transponder every 200 feet, which means it's going to be completely dangerous to the entire society when we already have a 4G network that works perfectly fine. And a government that won't even tell us of the dangers of these cell phones next to our heads. So they don't care about our safety with the 5G network. They're just ready to bump up the signal at any time. It'll kill birds. You're right, Max. Ready to bump up the signal. Take it on up. Beep. Yes, the cell phone system is not safe. I wouldn't doubt they're injecting all kinds of altering things in the atmosphere above our air because they're screwing up the atmosphere and the magnetosphere. I would not doubt that this entire global destabilization has been happening due to the electromagnetic radiation emanating from all our communication systems. I wouldn't doubt they're trying to minimize it by putting a buffer in the air. I seriously doubt they're testing the way the ionosphere reacts. I think they're just trying to buffer the overwhelming damage they've done to the planet and the magnetosphere. I think they're really kind of screwing with Mother Nature, and yeah, Mother Nature is getting the raw end of the deal. I think what we're dealing with is climate rape. Dump, 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 dump Trump. Yeah, climate rape, that's what's going on. Basically, Mother Nature's being gangbanged right now. They're screwing with the 4G for us to upgrade to 5G. That's probably true too, Phoebe. You're right. Kind of how they purposely make AM and FM radio screw up in your area. They run the signals lower than they should, just so you'll buy digital radio. Sirius, XM. I've seen it happen time and time again where they just really degrade the AM and FM signal way worse than it was back 20 years ago, just so you buy Sirius XM radio. It's happening. So this is the bigwobble.org has this picture. It's a pretty good picture of the overwhelming effect of the NASA drop, the dump in the air. And they're claiming, oh, sure, it's okay. Trimethyl aluminum and barium strontium mixture is perfectly fine for the human race. Yeah, no big deal. All of these are dangerous metals that could absolutely cause brain damage in the human population. And they're just dumping it on our heads. Climate rape. Serial Killer says the reason they're improving download speed so much is so when the government hacks into your computer, they can do it faster, a lot faster, and it's harder to detect. I wouldn't doubt that. You're right, Serial Killers. Yeah. Wow, Phoebe, it's kind of fresh, refreshing to see somebody come in the show with an actual VIP account. Very few people get them, so. And you seem to be a credible person. Zippo lighter fluid as fuel in gasoline engine. Let's see what happened.
One of the most frequently requested videos to date is to determine whether or not lighter fluid will work as a gasoline substitute inside of a vehicle or inside of...
This guy talks like the old Dragnet show, My name's Friday. I'm a cop. Ma'am, we saw that your husband was not home tonight. We're wondering if he was out with his friends. Where were you the night of the 4th, ma'am?
A small engine. Now, we're going to be testing Zippo lighter fluid to see if this is going to work.
Well, I can't wait. Don't try this at home, but yeah, this guy is a seasoned professional at this. And with 553,000 YouTube subscribers, he's got enough viewers talking about his show and not making really any political statements, so he's not banned or YouTube hexed. So here's an example of a YouTube star who absolutely has very little personality. It's hope for all of us.
Right in the very front of the can, Zippo lighter fluid claims to be a clean burning, fast ignition fuel source. So,
okay, thank you, buddy.
Let's give this a test and see how it's going to work.
Okay, let's do that. We'll play it later tonight. Sensor tube, yeah, that's what they should. Thanks for that link. Yeah, he's pretty funny. He plays with engines, which I think is perfectly, okay as long as you know what you're doing. Okay, played that a little too much tonight. I think we covered everything. Trump fired everybody he could that would in any way question him. Now that he feels all the oaths of having total collusion with the Russians and getting away with it. Yeah. So Trump is filling his oaths. He's purging everybody in Department of Homeland Security, claiming it's their fault, when in fact he's been the person at the very core of all the mistakes being made with the border, including his statement, "Oh, we're going to have Mexico pay for the fence." And Trump has blocked the California judge has blocked his Trump order forcing asylum seekers to stay in Mexico. Once a person crosses the border, they're in our country. We are responsible for them. Yeah, another guy is leaving Homeland Security in the overhaul. And this story about a Secret Service woman who took the USB drive infected with malware, it turns out she paid a businessman $20,000 for access to see Donald Trump's sister at a speaking event at Mar-a-Lago. It still doesn't explain why the woman was caught with malware on her thumb drive, a computer, and 4 phones, and an external hard drive. I mean, yeah, I'd like to get to the bottom of that, please. Oh, this is pretty funny. Bernie Sanders wants to let people in prison vote. Okay? He wants every prisoner to vote in America. It's completely over the top. Right now, only 2 states allow that. Clip of the Lost Beatles pop performance caught on tape. Whoa. Unearthed. Really? We'll have to play this. And the 1, and the 2. In the 3, we'll play this for the outro. Hey, I'm going to sign off, everybody. Thanks for coming in. We're open tomorrow for Truth Tuesday at 5 o'clock. You're a Trump voter, really? But lots of stuff he does you don't agree with? Essentially, they paid for the wall, just another view? Well, yeah. Right. You don't like people that screw the American people over. Well, you know, there's a lot of true patriots who are still supporters of Trump, not realizing that Trump is working for Russia. Yeah, and that we didn't have just a little bit of collusion. We had total collusion when Mueller and Barr rigged the vote. So you can pretend like everything's fine, but it's not. I think we got a lot of issues with Trump's inability to actually develop his own ideas. He's stolen about 15 of mine and used power and money that he acquired from forces outside of our country to get elected. Hey, we'll sign off for the time being, but I'll be back to bring you the truth about nukes tomorrow night. Yeah, what do we really know about the dangers of nuclear war and what is coming? May not even be nuclear war. Maybe they're just trying to frighten us. Very interesting theory. Okay, that's it for tonight. Yeah, thanks, Phoebe, for coming in. You seem new here. I'm trying to work with the group, but as you can see, I've had some angry moments in our show where it hasn't been a good day at times. Oh, you're new. Okay. But I'm emerging a better person. All right. We'll see you guys later. Take care. Yeah, this is the end of the show. But we have 4 hours of video coming up tonight, which is par for the course. America is ready for a change. A third party is the change we need. Accountability in government, term limits for Congress, media verification, and a fresh approach to fixing our environment. We need a new direction for our nation. Join us in the middle of the political spectrum for our nightly commentary and discussion at America's Third Party.